Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, September the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Excellent. Okay, guys. Well, yeah, I had a couple of pre-market trades. I haven't traded in the pre-market for a while. This one, PIC, P-I-C. Hadn't seen this one before, but this is one of these SPACs. And merging with an EV company. A little disappointed, actually. I thought maybe it would really start to rip. I mean, it took out that 200-day moving average, but I really thought it might move a little bit more. And we'll have to see later on, see if it gains a little more traction. But I was in at 12, I think 12.45 and out around 12.90. So, but I definitely want to keep that. In fact, what I'm going to do is just put an alert at 13.09. That looks like that was the high. And see if it takes it out later on. EVs are, there's some EVs that are strong this morning at WPRT and BLNK. And the other one I took was Sava. Took it right, let's see, where did I get it at? I took it at 850, sorry. Had a beautiful pop up to 939 as it came back down. Took it out, average around 922, so a couple of really nice pre-market trades for me. I haven't done that for a while. Sava had some news. I guess CFO bought 12,000 shares at $7 plus a few other plus another announcement. So that kind of got Sava going this morning. Now, other things happening. Kodak on the move here, guys. Kodak on the move. K-O-D-K. So it's up 7%, 7.8%. Big volume, 5.9 million shares already. Let's see if it can take out that high of 2 days ago, which was looks like around 11:38, 11:44 actually. So I'm just going to stick an alert around 11:53. See if it can take out that high. Well, just as I did it. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, I'm going to have to stick the alert up here. Okay, so I've put an alert for Kodak at the high of the pre-market. See if it can take that out later on. This one I wanted to point out, unfortunately, it's already done what I was thinking it might do. Excuse me. So you'll notice in my gap uppers, I had this as a big gap up, HGEN. They did a financing, 8 million shares at $8.50. So when I saw this, I thought, man, let's see if this fades back down to the financing price. Unfortunately, it already kind of has. You know, I was watching this as it was doing this, and I thought, okay, when the market opens, maybe it'll start fading back to the 850. But again, it's already done it. IMMP. Nice gap up. Some positive phase 2 results, relatively low float, 32 million in the float. You can see it's a nice gap up on the daily. Has a little bit of room on that monthly chart. Not a lot, in my opinion, but again, always have to wait and see what happens once it opens. My bias is that it will fade, and I notice that it is shortable. But again, have to wait and see once the market opens. CKPT did a financing, CKPT. Financing, and the financing was at $2.80, 7 million shares at $2.80, so it's a little bit above the financing price. NNOX, a bit of a rebound day. So this was high flying, of course, up until about 4 days ago, 5 days ago, I guess now. $67, man, now it's cut in half. And trying to rebound a little bit today in NOX. I don't think there was a lot of volume on this one. Let me just see what has happened. ACHV, yeah, not that much volume. The reason I was interested in it maybe is because of the gap. You know, it's through the 200-day yesterday or a couple of days ago. It's held. At one point, it was up to 1274, so it was up to this, you know, it was way up here. And I thought, okay, maybe it can start to fill in this gap, but it's starting to fade a bit. What was the news? Positive data, but it doesn't look that interesting now, unfortunately. And remember, when I'm doing my pre-market work, you know, I don't, you know, this is what I see, and then I move on to another stock. So, but it is definitely fading. Beyond Meat, I know a lot of you will be following Beyond Meat, BYND. Under pressure this morning, JP Morgan has put a downgrade on them. CLRO. Is this holding the gap? Not too bad. Insider buying 800,000 shares at $2.49, so it's a little bit above that insider buy. It put a lot of $800,000 worth. Not actually, they may make sure. I can't find the headline now. Oh, wait a minute. Give me a second. I'm just loading the headline now. I want to see if it's 800,000 shares or $800,000 worth. It's taking forever to load. Well, it won't load. The site won't load for me now. So it's either 800. I think it was $800,000. It was. Oh, it was 800,000 shares. Okay, that's even better. Thanks. Just won't load. Yeah, I know the price was $2.49. Okay, great. So that is commitment. I think it was the CFO. Actually, I don't know who it was. It just says insider for me. And again, I'm just jotting down these headlines, insider buying. So I'm not sure who the insider was. Play, after yesterday's big gap down, Play is trying to bounce back a little bit. Now they put a little news release out. Something about ding ding. And there are actually some stifle upgrading. David Buster's goes ding, ding, ding in first national campaign by Mother New York. All right. The new campaign highlights the positivity and exuberance that begins at Dave & Buster's and stays with you long after your visit. So there's a little bit of news on Play. Some decent news for this restaurant, Jack's, J-A-X. It is capped up, not in very much volume, a low float situation, 12 million in the float. They just put out that in the first 3 weeks of September, they are at 90% of last year. And this is a restaurant, so pretty good news for that company. I don't know if you read the news yesterday. 60% of restaurants that have closed look like they're going to be shuttering for good. AGEN. Now, has this held its gap? AGEN? And the answer is, yeah, not bad. AGEN has held its gap. Had a big day about 5 days ago, 6 days ago. And this is, you know, it actually never really didn't collapse off that big high. just kind of maintained on that daily chart. And it did have some news. I can't remember what the news was here, but obviously that news propelled it, and it's kind of held its own, and now it's looks like it wants to continue a bit. AGEN. And they did have some news. Initiates rolling BLA submission. All right, KODK now at the pre-market high. Right here, KODK, pre-market high. And yeah, WPRT and Blink. So the EVs are getting active again. WPRT. Pulled back a little bit. BLNK. Still hanging in there, pre-market. Big area for it right now. Look at that high of about it's 4 weeks ago. 840. All right, I want to take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Not too many of each. So there, actually, Play's got a couple of upgrades. Raymond James and Stifle. Stifle. All right, there are some of the, just a minute please. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Get the downgrades in now. All right, there you have some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, it's been a while. I can't remember the last, probably at least 3 weeks since I've done some pre-market trading. Little disappointed though, I have to admit, in the PIC, the PIC. I thought maybe this would really rip. A little SPAC here, EV play. I thought maybe it would really rip. It might still, so this is one I haven't seen before. All right, so again, if you want to follow my watch lists up and down right here, if you're new to all this, just click on, well, and you have trade ideas, of course. If you click on new and then the channel bar and then my watch list, Barry's watch list right there. And again, I always have to say this, if you click on anything in the channel bar, remember everything here is a layout. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you do that. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. I put a delay. And let's see. Yeah, Kodak is now above 1144. So now, of course, it's way above the high of 2 days ago. Kodak is not shortable right now anyway. I don't know if there were shorts available earlier, but it's not shortable. But it's pretty strong. I mean, let's face it. I mean, it is now taken out that high. I mean, I know what the news. We all know what the news was. Lawyer. Again, I don't know what law firm. I don't know how independent they were, but basically said, there's nothing to see here, folks, regarding the SEC investigation. So that was the reason for this pop. So looking next high, looking left on that daily chart is 1369. These are all plays like this can be, I guess I'll use the word difficult, because you never know when some kind of a press release is going to come out. Now, more than likely, nothing's going to come out during the day, but you just never know. These are really emotion-driven stocks. Give me a moment, please. Looking at some of my other gap downers. So, well, Arcadia had a nice day yesterday, but it's giving most of that up. Or RKDA. Boy, I'm disappointed in this one. That I wasn't following this one more closely. When I saw this pop, I mean, remember now the financing is at $8.50, and this was up at $13. I mean, we do see this from time to time where a company does a financing and it is above the financing price. This seemed to be really excessively above the financing price. But I was kind of tied up doing other things, and I was watching it right here and thinking, okay, well, it's basing well. Let's see what happens once the market opens, hoping it would be still in this area, but it already has given most of that up. I was thinking could be a really great looking fade down to close to the financing, and that's what it did. I am not on mute. I hope you guys can hear me. If you can't hear me, well, if you can't hear me, you can't hear me. But let me make sure you guys can hear me right. I'll just tell Ocean Zulu to do a refresh. Well, it's like anything else. And when you ask me what about it, I mean, it's like anything else. We have to wait for the market to open and see what happens. I mean, I don't even know. Announced the acquisition of Blue LA car sharing, so they have some news. To me, it probably has to take out that high right there of 840. Just look left. If it takes that out, then it's got a nice gap to continue filling. But again, you just have to wait for the market to open. Yeah, interesting with the play. I mean, we sort of speculated that yesterday's press release by them was sort of a threat. Don't give us money, we're going to go bankrupt, and all you lenders who we owe money to, you're out of luck. So But I mean, certainly a lot of damage was done yesterday. But now I notice a couple of analysts, probably analysts that are into them. And I don't know that for sure. I shouldn't say that, but put a couple of upgrades on play. Plus, they had a little press release about. Well, you have to read it. Ding, ding, ding. What was yesterday's high for play? Yeah, it's way up here. All right, I will, let's see, anything else showing up? Nothing that I can see that is any volume. The downside, there's some small ones that are just getting hit, but other than that, I don't see any big ones. So I'm just going to close this down. And as always, I will be connected to our simulator. All right, the paper trading module. I'm going to go over this later on. And if you're new to trading, we have a great simulator. Okay, well, this one just got halted. ACHV just got halted, actually. Now, the initial pop this morning was on, it said positive data, but it's really giving it up. I mean, it's almost flat now. Had a nice day yesterday. And I was really interested in this one because, I mean, look where it popped to in the pre-market, way up to 13. More importantly, I mean, it cleared all of this, so it could start attacking that. But I don't know now. It's been halted, and it's halted because of news. And let's see, what is the SPY doing ahead of the market open? The SPY is just basically flat. I did short play yesterday, yes, a couple of times. Okay, one moment, please. All right, I'm back. I have here the SPY is down a little bit. That's what I have anyway, grumpy. But you're right, actually, this looks, I don't know why we have it down. You're right, I'm looking at, well, okay, it's not flat. You're right. I'm looking now on my IB and it is up a little bit. I don't know why we have it down just a little bit. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We must have a different close or something. Anyway, the market is going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. Well, I can't because we don't have retracements on our charts. We don't have that on our charts, so. 2, 1. We are now open. Well, let's see what happens today. Yeah, SIPI, SPPI, it is up. I didn't see this. It's only up 5%. I know it sounds crazy, but I was only concentrating the ones that were. Look at play, guys. All right. Yeah, I don't really think that the quad witching for the stuff that we do, I don't really think it matters that much. But you're right. It is. It is today. I think it's kind of a non-event now. My opinion only, of course. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. You know, there's a little bit of an answer on the blink. It did not take this out at all, not even close. So let's see what happens with the BLNK. See if it settles here a little bit. WPRT. Yeah, so there's a fade too with both BLNK and WPRT in fade mode to begin with anyway. And here's Kodak now. Look at Kodak coming down. Like a big volume coming into Kodak. That's what I'm saying, guys. Now, I have no idea if something just came out. Dave and Buster's play just, there's a red bar ignored too. Red bar ignored in the 5-minute chart for play. Uptrend, red bar totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle green and exploding. 1581 would have been kind of the trigger. Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out. I had this jotted down as something that we might want to just keep an eye on today. See if it, this was a great earnings play yesterday. And see if it takes out yesterday's high and has a continuation day. Tremendous day, you can see, and it closed, near the high. BE on the move. If it takes out that high right there on that daily chart, if it does, it has some room to move. BE. Oops. There we go. And FMCI, another, it's going to be another active day, I'm sure, for it. Look at this candle that's just been put in on volume for FMCI. All right, now BLNK is right back up. Look how crazy that was. It got down to 785 in a heartbeat, back up to 848. Okay, if you got the AI, you know there were 3 right off the bat. I'm not a big fan of the early ones, but you know, it's up to you if you want to trade them, play them. All right, we talked about US Steel as a possible swing trade yesterday, and there it is, X. It was just to get through that 200-day moving average was the key, and it looks like it's going to do it. 843 right now, or 843 is the 200-day. That's the data point for it. And start looking left. Okay, so it looks like the EVs are definitely alive today. Disappointed in that pick. I mean, it's an EV play now. That's the company they're going to be merging with. I don't know anything about the company they're merging with, but XL Fleet to list on New York through merger. That is the news. It's a SPAC. All right, let's reset that alert for Blink. But it's a low float, 24. Well, it's not super low, but it is certainly a low float. 24 million in the float. Okay, Grumpy, am I allowed to say that the SPY is flat now? Okay, there's B, there's me. Just at the high of 3 days ago, BE. X on the move here, as is CLF. Another, so these kind of steel plays are in play. Yesterday, XME, if you remember, XME was one of the positive sectors yesterday, metals and mining. You know, most of the other sectors were all, well, I think every other sector was down. This one was positive at the beginning of the day anyway. Can't remember how it finished up, but so XME, metals and mining, there's your ETF. So interesting how it works. I think yesterday the AI had a total of 3 trades for the entire day. And today we had a bunch of them firing at just after the market opened. We have 5 trades already. 5 alerts. I don't want to call them trades. You know, these are alerts. Yeah, nothing's there. I agree. No, well, that's why I traded out of it. It's actually shortable too. That's a big hmm. Yeah, Kodak got right back up, didn't it? As did WPRT, a little pullback, but then a pop. Look, I mean, look how erratic this is trading. I mean, this got, what did it get down to? 1078, 1081, and then it gets right up to 1204. I mean, and there's plug. So we probably have, how's Ballard doing? BLDP, BLDP. Yeah, so the EVs are ripping this morning. So we've got metals and mining and the EVs. A couple of hot sectors. Morgan Stanley maintains, wow, how crazy is that? Coverage. This is the news today. Target of 1025. How about revising it somewhat? Play right back up after that pullback. Play is right back up. BE taking out that whole number now. What a break after it took out the high of a couple of days ago. 3 days ago, I guess. 4 days ago. Yeah, I actually had this one written down, SNOA, but the volume was so light, so I wasn't sure. I mean, this volume is still light. It was very light in the pre-market. I know it. I think it had some news. No, that's right. Health Canada, OK, Sonoma's disinfectant. It's a COVID. It's a virus play. It is a virus play. Low flow, 2 million. Be careful. It's not a great looking daily. I mean, I wish if this weren't all here, but you never know what's going to happen with something such a low float. Wow, X, what a move. I mean, this candle yesterday, and the market is not helping. So this is an adjusted forecast for U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel Q3 loss smaller than forecasted. They have earnings on November 3rd, so this is sort of pre-guidance. Yeah, this is the third quarter guidance. So ahead of official earnings on the 3rd, they were saying, hey, we didn't lose as much as we thought we would. Wow, look how whippy this Sava was. I mean, down to 836, now back up to 9. Next high looking left on that weekly chart is way over, just over $10 for Sava. So this one, HI Hillenbrand, this is on the watch list. Again, nothing will, well, I'm just going to say nothing will trigger until at least 9:45. And there it is, 29.38. Now a little bit extended right now, but why it's on the watch list is that if you look at the daily chart, a little bit choppy, but it has room. Okay, we're starting to get, and we have one on the downside. Now this reversed. Boy, AGN just absolutely reversed. I wouldn't be too quick to short this one unless it took out 5. You see the lows right there the past few days. Sorrento weakening again below yesterday's low. SRNE. And the AI actually has HI also. There's that Peabody from yesterday, BTU. Had a great day yesterday. Look at that candle. Not that much of a pullback from the highs. I finally took WVE off my watch list, so it's not going to show up today. All right, AGN just underneath 5 now. Next low looking left is 478. Not convinced this is going to be a good short, but well, looking better. There's the next low looking left for AGEN, 470, about 480. So, wow, it's not that far away. Boy, what a move. I know we've seen this PEIX. Okay, so wow, this is all over the place. I didn't even realize this was halted. HGen was halted, and now it is. It did pop up. Remember, the financing was done at 850. Yeah, my MBOT is on my watch list. The issue why it's not triggering, the volume is too low and the relative volume is too low right now anyway. But you're right, I mean, what's the spread like? Yeah, 805, 813, not horrible, but only 35,000 shares. But, you know, look at the gap. That's why it's on the watch list. It was on the watch list yesterday, I believe. Well, just above where I sold it in the pre-market is Sava. I sold it at 922. As I say, I'm not a big fan of the early AIs. This one is still halted for news. ACHV halted for news. Codex, guys, not Kodak, but Codex, CODX, on the move here. So yesterday's high was around 15, not that far away, and that is CODX. Market is starting to obviously move down. We've got 3 red candles on the 15-minute chart. Another 8 minutes for this one to close. Yeah, this is not halted. It was halted before, but it is not halted now. HGEN. Well, I'd fire that broker. It resumed at 9:49, so. So seeing a lot of choppy action, guys, so far. Some of the flyers, like the Sava, I mean, that's very, very choppy. Let's see if it can settle down a bit. All right, Triumph, TGI. Look at this one. Now, it's a modest float, 51 million in the float, not super high, not super low. This has room. Again, look at the daily on this one. Look at the weekly on it. So, it started the week at 660, 920 now. Sangamo pop here, Sangamo SGMO, and it has some room. I look at that daily chart. I think there's some pretty tough resistance around 1130. It's not a low float. Okay. Okay, so now if you have our halts resumed, so ACHV was halted at 926, halted because of news, and now there's more news, halted because of extraordinary events. Extraordinary. Well, Krish, okay, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I mean, if you're talking about stocks reaching record highs, are you talking about in these windows here? Because remember, I have some filters in here, so I mean, it's possible that a stock, just because a stock meet a record high, doesn't mean it's going to appear here. So I'm not sure I understand what you mean. TGI, guys, TGI. Again, are you talking about what you're seeing on my screen? Because understand that I have filters in here. So, I mean, a stock, just because a stock is an all-time high, it doesn't mean it's going to show up here. Or even if it's moving higher. Okay, but give me the name of a stock. Because there are filters in here. So it has to have a minimum volume, a minimum relative volume. Also, I have a cap of $20 on this window. You're not a subscriber, are you? I mean, because you can take this window, you can modify it to any price range you want. So, but okay, so ARNA. Yeah, so I can tell you right off the bat, ARNA. If you're wondering why an ARNA is not showing up here, it's because I have a price range of $20 max, as an example. Okay. Look at B. Man, once it took out this, tacked on $1. Keep an eye. Keep an eye on, what was the one I just saw? ah, PRTS. Keep an eye, like a strong eye on PRTS, guys. Look at the room it's got. It's just over the whole number. Decent volume, relatively low float, 33 million in the float. Keep an eye on PRTS if it starts to move. Stick an alert around 1217 for PRTS. Well, you can get rid of the pre-market. I mean, you just have to right-click and time frame. I'm sorry, right-click and properties, and you can uncheck the show pre-market and post-market. That's one. The other ones, I'm not sure. All right, guys, I'm in it. I'm in that PRTS. You know, put a stop right around here. See if it moves from here. PRTS. Oops. 1215. All right, guys, I took some out. I'll take a little profit on that PRTS. All right, now, well, okay, so ACHV must have opened. Yeah, I guess obviously it opened. I don't see a resume yet, but it obviously opened. Meanwhile, wow, PEIX, no stopping it. Look at this. There's the alerts, 669 over 7 now. Just one moment, please. All right, another one to keep your eye on, OSUR. OSUR, let's see what the high back here was, 1208. So there was the actual trigger, 1208. Okay, that's what it got a little bit above that. I mean, look at the room when you look left. It has room, you know, there's the next high looking left is 1356. So I'm going to stick an alert around 1214 for OSUR. See if it takes that out a little bit later. This was our huge star from yesterday, CRDF. Oh boy, well, it just triggered OSUR. Well, there it goes, guys. CRDF definitely still in play. Now, it hit a high yesterday around just over $11, CRDF. Boy, we've had some amazing moves here. I mean, look at the B. What's the X doing? X sort of a bit of a pullback. I don't see it halted right now, ACHV. I don't see it halted. Don't think so. All right, PRTS winner. Okay, the next high looking left for PRTS is 1290. If you're in this one, you know, don't be afraid to take some profit maybe, but that's a great percentage move. If it drops down below 1250, I'll probably take some more out. Just waiting to see what happens with the PRTS. Good spread, penny spread, so boy, we have some just great moves at TGI. I mean, TGI and BE just really straight up. This one from yesterday also, LAC through the 200-day, well, I'm sorry, that's the 200-week moving average. Okay, guys, just some of you are posting stocks in the off topic. Take that to the stocks only, okay? Off topic is literally just off topic, but if you're going to talk about a specific symbol, just put it in the stocks only, please. Wow, PRTS, no giving up yet. And also, Dr. Doolittle, put the symbols in caps, please. Makes it easier for us to read them. Know that you're talking about a specific symbol or stock. Well, you certainly could have had your pick between TGI, BE, and, well, the one I liked was the PRTS. Well, I didn't forget about OSUR, but there's another one. I mentioned if it took out 1214. I know on the way back also, INO. It's funny. I mean, the market is, okay, NAS is up a little, Dow is down, the SPY is flat, grumpy. It just seems that we've got so many movers this morning. They're not caring what the market's doing. Now, at some point, you would think TGI would become an interesting short. All right, guys, I'm out most of my PRTS. 1256. All right, guys, just scouring here a little bit. TCON. TCON, what are you doing? Oh, I missed this one completely. The party, 317. It did get up to 334, 332. Now it has pulled back a little bit. The PIX probably is pulled back. Yeah, the Sava still at the same price, 29.38. No, you never know about this one, this Hillenbrand. What sort of, is there news value? No, I don't see any news, specific news for TGI. You would think 10 might stall it. Let's see, what sort of, I mean, looking left now, I'm looking at a potential short now for this one. Oh, did somebody mention earlier there's a potential takeover or something? TGI was that the news? Ah, okay. Thank you, Casa. Well, Sava, I mean, it's been choppy, very, very choppy, but no disputing the fact. Oh, right. Even Sorrento's having a rebound now. It may go positive. Yeah, I know you guys have been talking about DraftKings. What a week it's had. Even VVPR above yesterday's high. This could start to move. I mean, it already has moved, obviously, but it could really start to move. It's taken out yesterday's, excuse me, yesterday's high. You look left, you see what it had done the previous few days. VVPR, low float, so be careful. Now this one, RIAM, what is the volume? Not bad, but look at this one. Look at the room it's got. Look left on that monthly chart. Let's take a look at the weekly chart for RYAM. So the next highs looking left are about a year ago. You know, if we can get through all this, I mean, look at it on the monthly chart though. A lot of room on the monthly chart for RYAM. All right, wow, okay, this one, right through the 200-day moving average so far. There it is, 404, 407 for SXC. And let's see, not a low float. Looking left, the next highs looking left are around 430, but this, of course, is in that sector. That sector meaning sector that X is in. So for a cheaper one, SXC could be interesting. Well, slightly cheaper. And definitely a lower float. What is X's float? 217 million. So this one has SXC. Of course, not many people know about this company, or as many know about this company, but this could be interesting. Problem right now is that you're chasing it. Let's see if we can base just a little bit. Yeah, just a little extended, unfortunately, but you know, let's see if it holds over that 200-day moving average. Yeah, it plays a little bit choppy. You know, could you really get going under 1569? Takes these lows out, but had a couple of upgrades this morning, plus you know, whatever, a press release. Some volumes come into JNCE. JNCE had the huge day, well, a few days, but the huge day 3 days ago. Got up to 1174. So it's above yesterday's high now, of course. Just keeping an eye on this SXC. Just a little bit above the data point for the 200-day moving average, 404. This one, Maxon, did it show up here? Yes, 1328. Boy, keep an eye on this one as a short. I mean, this has just been hammered over the last few days. This is an IPO, I believe, from here. Just watching the SXC, guys. I'll probably take this one if it gets into the teens. SXC. Not telling you guys to do it. I'm just advising ahead of time what I may do. What a morning. Oh, I say that every morning, but what a morning. Yeah, we just don't talk about other rooms here, Brian, okay? Ah! I was just going to say, I'm going to keep an eye on this OSUR if it takes this out, and it just did. OSUR. Yeah, I don't want to chase it right now. I just. Ah! Tough for me to watch this one, OSUR, but hopefully some of you got it. Now, my only problem with this, I'm in it, but the problem is it's pretty extended. I'd like to, I believe it or not, well, okay, if it takes a huge pop, great. But I would like to see it maybe just base a little bit and then start to move. Can't remember real. I know you mentioned very. I wasn't sure if you meant on a long or a potential short. It's way outside. The standard deviation, man. Um, Long, okay. All right, guys. I'm just watching this SXC to see if it gets into the 20s. Any sort of a dip, I'm going to get out. I'm in at 413, so any sort of a dip, it is extended. All right, what is Ryan doing? 459. Okay, there's the play now underneath this level here. Rennie Solar. Wow, look at this one. Ari, I thought I had this on my watch list, but I guess not. SOL. Look at this one moving here. Whoa, what a great move for OSUR, guys. Congrats to anybody who took it. I just missed it. It went right through my price alert. Well, it didn't go right through, but it hit my price alert, but I just didn't have time. I was doing something else. What was the price? What was the IPO price, Cassie? Do you know? I'm sure you do know. Was it 16? Okay, so basically opened at 16. Okay. So no enthusiasm for it right now anyway. Well, guys, we've had some great runners in the new highs. I mean, hardly any pullbacks. All right, here's another one. RCM on the move here. Like, huge move here. Big float, lots of volume, 6 times normal. Well, you would think, I mean, here's the next high looking left, 1734. After that, 1745. Will it stall here, William? Wow, RCM. I mean, this is just ripping here. There must be some news that is coming in. I mean, this is an all-time high right here. All-time high now for RCM. Got to be something happening. I mean, this is not what I would call like a wildly hot sector, administrative management, general management. So, but this is just making a tremendous move here. RCM, as is this a lithium play. LAC. All right, guys, minor profit for me in the SXE. I was a little worried about it being extended, so I will take a look at it later on. If it, what I really wanted this to do was to kind of base a bit and then move. But let's see if it can kind of base a little bit here and then move again. And that's the SXC. What is X doing? No, X is still doing well. Okay, William, well, did you pound that nail down for RCM? How is Kodak doing? KODK now. I would call the other one a bigger pound. Look, I mean, it has a topping tail, a little bit of one, but well, I'll keep feeding them to you. Well, at some point, lac is not going to keep going up, but you know when. I mean, look at the room it's got. I mean, look at this. I don't know what happened here. I don't know if this was truly a drop because of a horrible news or this is back in 2017. Yeah, I wasn't sold on it. You know, the SXA, I just wasn't really sold on it. Yeah, RCM was shortable. For me anyway. Oh, tons of shorts. 6 million shares. I didn't do it, but it is shortable. It was shortable. H&R Block. H&R Block. Look at this. What a... You know, I say this every now and then, but you want to see an ugly daily chart? Print this one out. HNRB. Look at that daily chart. How... That's hideous. I mean, lac is going to be a short at some point. It's just a matter of when. It's not a low float. A couple topping tails right now on the 5-minute chart. Maybe if it gives up 11, maybe down to about 11 or 1090, that might get it rolling on the way down. Stick an alert right there. You can stick an alert right there, 1090. I might take the short there, and if it moves back to 11, I get out for no more than a 10-cent loss. And see if it works. Oh man, another one. EVGN, what are you doing? EVGN, sort of room does it have on the monthly chart? Maybe a little bit of room. It's a little bit choppy looking on the monthly chart, these topping tails and all, but there's a red bar ignored actually. The trigger would have been 309 if we'd seen it here. Yeah, nice pullback. Yes, I'm not in it anymore, but yes, nice little pullback there. Not horrible. And then a pop, PRTS. Still has room. I'm not in it anymore, PRTS. Sava still looks pretty strong, but you know that 10 might be tough to get through. H&R block continues down here. H&R block continues down. Well, it just took out, let's see, the low of 3 days ago. 480. Well, not just took it out. I guess it took it out quite a while ago. The next low looking left is 1380 or so. All right, my focus is on LAC to see if it takes out 11. Okay, it gets down to about 1090. That's that is my focus right now for the LAC. Oh my goodness, PEIX. There's a dollar move. No, I'm sorry, not a dollar move. 669 at a pullback. Now a pop. Good volume. PEIX. Okay, well, LAC is sort of stalling here. Take a look at the monthly chart. What do we have here? Monthly chart high is 1072. That's a long time ago, 2017. It's almost 3 years ago. Well, I'm not saying it's. I'm looking at it a potential short. You know, finally topping out. I'm not saying it's a short now. I'm going to be waiting for to get down to about 1090. It may not happen. Oh, 1040. I'm late. Well, guys, yeah, I'm late. Usually at 10:30, I make a little introduction, especially for those of you who are new to the room today. If you're new to the room today, this is the format Monday to Friday between 9 o'clock and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. And if you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I should just record all this. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So those of you in the YouTube feed, you'll notice that when you signed in, there are a lot of links, and here they all are. All the scans that I'm sharing right here. If you're in this trading room, you can just click on the Scans tab. You can see all the scans that I'm sharing. If you want, you can also click on the Room Drive icon. And scans that I share, download, goes to a Word document. And you can take a look at them, all the scans at your leisure. If you see something you might want to load, all you have to do is copy the link. Copy the link, and once you've copied it, file load from cloud, the link should appear in this box, and then you just load it. sharing other scan or some other links here. You can download those links, a lot of training links. But now, of course, I want to talk a little bit about taking out a subscription to this wonderful product called Trade Ideas. I know I'm going to miss something here as I'm doing this, but c'est la vie. Yeah, there might be one. Was that you who asked this morning, or somebody else asked us? Not in the room, but somebody emailed. I sent them the link. Here, I'll give you a link. It wasn't you. Okay, I'll give you a link. At least you can, if you fill it. Come on. If you fill this out, you'll be notified when it's going to be. There's no date yet set for it. Maybe November. If you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, there is a promo code, Barry, for Alpha. What's happening here? You see I'm missing it. Oh well, duty calls. There's my promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. But if you click on my homepage link, some other good links are there. So click on that, the homepage link, my homepage link, and you will see, there it is, there's the promo code, Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. We have an annual premium and an annual standard. The premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. If you're going to get premium, it's because you want to have access to our AI. I'm going to go over that a little bit later. That's the big difference. Okay, there are some other differences, but that's the major reason why anybody wants our premium service. You don't have to take an annual plan. You can start off on a monthly plan, or even just keep it as a monthly subscription. There's our, you can always try us out for a month, 118 less the 15%, or the 228 less the 15%. Promos, the discount's only good for the first month. If you do want to upgrade, we'll honor the promo code though. So if you go from standard to premium, or from a monthly to an annual, we will honor the promo code. I have some other good links on my homepage. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily video. It's going to be a fun one today. Daily video between 105 and 120 every day. You can sign up for all of our training, etc. The webinars, if you click on that link, the 20 lessons in 20 days, I'm going to put that as a separate link. I think it's an important link for those of you who are new to Trade Ideas. I'm just going to put that link into the room. Yeah, Daddy, I'm not sure. I don't get too much involved in the billing. Actually, if you want to know, just email Kelly at trade-ideas.com. I'm going to give you her, so you can click on that and you can ask her. I don't know how it works exactly in the prorating. Okay. Oops, what did I do here? Okay. So the 20 short lessons looks like this. These are all text-based, but what is a top list? Build a top list, alert windows. Even if you're not a subscriber to Trade Ideas, you could probably take a look at this. You can see these are some of the basic features that Trade Ideas has to offer. Yeah, I have the single stock. Well, I don't know if it's a quick way, but in my opinion, the single stock window has a lot of good information. I mean, that's why I have it up. Okay, and there's the short float right there. Or you could add it to every single window, as a column. I don't know if that's the quick and easy way, but That's what I do. I have this up all the time so I can always see what the short float percent is, okay? So let me get back. So here are the 20 lessons in 20 days, the daily support lessons. So what happens is I moderate the YouTube feed from 9 to 12, and then one of the other traders takes over from 12 to 1, one of the other traders within Trade Ideas. There are 5. It just works out great, Monday to Friday, so there's sort of a different perspective. They are more swing traders than I am, so you can always join that from 12 to 1. Of course, there's the free trading room, the daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all. And then a lot of educational videos right here. Now I do want to go over the AI. Okay, so I had a question about what is Brokerage Plus. I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus in just a minute. Well, I hope some of you took advantage of the lack short. Well, the short float is the percentage of the float that is short. Okay, so there's the float, 55, as an example. So 8% of it is short. Yeah, Brian, I'm just going to have to just do not reference any. I know you're doing it in an innocent way, but just don't reference any other trading room, please. Okay? Let's just sort of drop that. Okay, this is what the AI is. When the market closes, the AI gets to work. There are 50 baseline strategies and works on an optimization routine for each one of them. At the end of the routine, which is what happened last night once the market closed, these are the strategies that made the cut after the optimization routine. Making the cut, meaning they had the right profit factor and win percentage. Monday morning, we have no idea which ones are going to make the cut because, again, the AI will take today's data and run through that optimization routine. If you have the AI, this is how I would be looking at the alerts all day long. I would click on New from the toolbar and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Not the strategy window, but the strategy trades window. This would be the window, okay? I don't show it because it's not fair to those of you who pay for premium, but you have an entry price, you know, it's a real time. When the alert happens, you'll see the entry and you'll have a stop price, and it's up to you to manage the trades as you see fit. You don't have to take the trade immediately. You can wait to see how it's trading a bit, okay? But that's what I would do, and you can take this window and you can incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to do that every day. Now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. So to load Brokerage Plus, you have to be using the app. If you're on it is not available with the web-based version, okay? So it has to be using the app. Click on Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. And Brokerage Plus can be used in one of two ways right now. If you have an interactive broker's account, you can actually trade then from within Trade Ideas. You can set up, you know, your own, what we call one-click trading. You know, you can set up some buying or shorting parameters. Okay, I'm going to pop a video in that's going to show you exactly how you do all that. And again, it only right now works with interactive brokers. You have to have an interactive broker's account in order to use Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas. And this is the video. Okay, so I don't go over too much because the video explains it in a very, very well. All right, so I don't go over too much. So watch the video if you're interested in using Brokerage Plus to trade an interactive broker's account. The other way, and again, if you're new to trading, we absolutely recommend that you practice first before you commit money to the market. Practice, practice, practice. So we have a great simulator here. All you have to do is check simulated trading. And then it uses our real-time data. So it doesn't really matter what brokerage account you have. It just uses our real-time data. So you can practice trading. So let's look at so it's very easy to use. All you have to do is you just click on a symbol. The symbol will show up here. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're going long, you buy it, and if you're shorting, you sell it. It's very simple. And this is all part of our standard service. All right? So practice, practice. Wow, I cannot believe BE. I honestly cannot believe it. I was mentioning it here. Let's see if it can take out 1560, 1721 now. Wow. So let's take a trade. How's that lack doing? I'm going to cry if it's really... All right, well, what did it get down to? 1053? That would have been very, very nice. So on the 1090 break, shorting it down to 1053 approximately. Now it's popped back up, but a quick 40 cents or so. I should know better because BE just has a history of doing this sort of stuff on in a daily basis. When it gets rolling, it really gets rolling. I mean, really gets rolling. I keep thinking this is an energy play, but it's more of an EV, it's more of an EV play. Okay, I'm just wanting to just demonstrate how to take a trade here. So let's just take this trade. I mean, again, I'm just showing you how easy it is to use our simulator. So let's take a couple of hundred shares. I'm going to go in at the market because the spread is only 407, 408, so that's okay. So there I am, and I'll put a stop right at 4, just underneath 4. Okay, always have a stop, so I can add the stop order. 397. You see it show up right in the chart. Okay, there it is, right on the chart. So if it moved down to 397, it would take me out for a $33 loss. I can put a target in if I want, add a target order. And let's put, I'm just making these up, but just to show you how you can do it. So I put a target of 425. So if the stock goes up to 425, it'll take me out for a $51 gain. Goes down to 397, out for a $33 loss. Now that's, now I can move these lines. I don't have to, once I'm in the trade, if the trade starts working well, I can use this like a trailing stop. I can move this right in the chart, anywhere I want. Same thing with the target. I mean, if it gets close to the target, I don't have to let it take me out. I can move the target anywhere I want. That's doing it right on the chart, highly visual. You don't have to do it on the chart. Right here, you can, if I want to get out of the trade, right now, I just flatten it. Want to get it at half? These are hotkeys you can use. I can, or if I just want to sell a portion, I can, you know, pick how many shares I want to trade, the price I want to get it out at. So I, you know, absolutely encourage you to practice trading first before you commit money to the market. All right. I don't know. I don't know when E-Trade's going to be added. I think actually, if anything gets added first, it'll be TDA before E-Trade. But again, I do not have a time. Listen, I attend the marketing meetings Tuesdays and Thursdays, and you know it's always soon. So when it happens, it's going to happen. Well, TRNE is just taking a bit of a header here. Yeah, look at this. I will. I'll give you $100,000 to play with of simulation money. That's the other thing too. I mean, you start off with $100,000 in the simulator, but I will warn you. I mean, you know, if your account is, you know, got a $20,000 account or a $10,000 account or $5,000 account, I mean, treat it like you would normally trade. You know, you're not going to buy 20,000 shares of a dollar stock if you've only got $5,000 in your account. You know, just because we give you $100,000, you know, what I would do is I'd be, you know, treating like, okay, I only have 5 or 10 or whatever that number is. The other thing you can do with it is you can use it for swing trading. So if you do not close a trade out at the end of the day, it will carry over tomorrow and for as long as you want to keep it. So you can also practice swing trading using it. All right, we are now, wow, almost 11, wow, 11 o'clock already. HRB continues down, H&R Block continues down. Isn't it tax time now for you guys in the States? I know it is for us at the end. I mean, everything was deferred. Isn't it, don't you guys have to have personal taxes done by the end of this month? Or is it pushed out even further? Oh, it's already passed. Oh, I see. Really? Yeah, we were given to the end of this month. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, oh, okay. It's passed. So it was 9:15. So I thought somebody said way past. Well, I'm getting conflicting reports because 9:15 is September 15th. Which is, you know, okay, that's 3 days ago. All right, well, listen. Jim says 9:15 for personal and 10:15 for business. Somebody's right. In Canada, it was at the end of the month for both. Yeah, extended deadlines. Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, in this pandemic year, I'm just obviously I'm talking about this because big tax preparation guys, H&R Block. So you had to actually request the extension. Interesting. Meanwhile, what a lovely short this one was. RCM William. I know you didn't take it. Well, how confusing is that, CK? Okay, interesting. Yeah, our government just said, you know what, September 15th, September 30th for everything. You didn't have to request it or anything. And of course, we're a little bit different. We don't have states' rights, provincial rights. I mean, there are certain things that the provinces protect, but it's not quite like states' rights in your country. So a lot of things are it makes it a lot easier, or it's simplified. I don't want to get into a political discussion, but I mean it is definitely simplified. Look at H&R Block though. I mean it's just tanking. Okay, Jack's sort of an interesting story for Jack's. I mean, they released some information today that in their first 3 weeks, this is a restaurant. I don't know if it's a chain. Well, it must be a chain, but the first 3 weeks of September, they were 90% of what they were last year, which is obviously highly encouraging for this. I mean, I don't think we have them in Canada. I don't know where they're out of. Yeah, United States. Yeah, they're not in Canada. Always keeping an eye on this iPod. Well, I mean, you can if you have the Spyder sector list, you can this is active in the pre-market, so you can see the active sectors. Now, whether they're going to keep going up is another thing, but so this is one of the scans that I'm sharing, John. So you can see OIH. There's a OIH, XLF, XOP. Those are three energy sectors. Yeah, you just have to. I'm sharing all these scans. No, 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 no. From right here, scans. You can click on the scans tab, and you can just all you have to do is find it. Okay, it's right there, the Spyder sector list. I wonder if this is it. Let me make sure. I've got this doubled here. Let me make sure this is the Spyder sector list. Yeah. Okay. So there, so I'll put the link in. So that's the Spyder sector list right there. Okay. Okay, how do I refer questions to about options? Well, it depends about your question. I mean, we have option filters. You've seen the option filters. I mean, we don't trade options, but so what would be your question? I mean, the option filter. This to me would be the key one. This to me is the key one, the option volume today percent. Do you know why? Okay. So these are the option filters. So some of them are pretty obvious. The put call ratio. This one is not obvious, but this is the average options total number of contracts over the average over the last 10 days. Okay, this is option volume today, put volume today, call volume today. This is the key metric though, in my opinion. So if you, for instance, put 200% here, that would mean, let's just say over the last 10 days, the company has had, I don't know, 2,000, let's say 2,000 contracts on average traded, okay? If you put 200 in here, that means that company will have to trade at least 4,000, in other words, double. So what it's doing is it's zeroing in on companies that are having abnormal option activity. Okay, so if that helps you trading options, so be it. And it's just another way, though, of seeing stocks that are really having an abnormal day, option trading day. Okay? Doc. Good morning, Doc. Okay, what is the market doing? So the market now, so the SPY's down, Dow's down, NAS is down. Remember this one yesterday, MCS. Oh, a nice move now for MCS. Click on a chart, it does not. Did you try to reload it? I had that issue a long time ago. I know what you're talking about. It wouldn't. You did reload it. And how about going to your account and doing a reset of the connection? Well, Sava eventually became a nice short. This was a matter of trying to figure out where. TGI continues. Now, this one to me is something that we have to look at shorting. I mean, it's getting close to 10. Reminds me a little bit like LAC. So another energy play. Well, I haven't seen this one for a long time. CEIX, 25 million in the short in the float. 597. So looking left on that weekly chart, yeah, I'm going to stick an alert around 607. I think that clears that area right there. And what's the high there is 625. Yeah, maybe just restart it again. I know it's a pain, but try restarting again. I recall that it happened to me, but it's several months ago. No, no, there's no symbol linking here. It's as far as I. No, there's no symbol linking. It should be automatic. I'm just looking. Make sure, but I don't see. No, there's no option for linking. The premise being that if you have it loaded, that you would want it to be automatically linked. So there's no point in. Otherwise, why have it loaded? Do you keep Trade Ideas up and running all the time, or do you shut down every night? Oh, you do shut down. Okay. All right, a breakdown for FUTU. No, no, I shut my computer off every night. Never mind just Trade Ideas. Boy, watching this TGI guys could really struggle to try to get through that big psychological 10. Well, he can put the, yeah, I mean, he's got his 8 EMA on all the charts. So he just has to bring up a 2-minute chart and he'll see. I'm assuming. I may be wrong, but I'm assuming. I mean, you can put the 8 EMA on the chart, so I'm assuming he's got a 2-minute chart up. So for instance, now the only issue is, and this has been controversial, our EMA takes into account pre-market data. So that's why he may use something else. So I mean, there's the 8 EMA right there. Fluidine. That's FLDM, right? Well, here's our friend Axel. Remember Axel a couple of days ago just had a basically all day down, just all day. And this looks weak again. I mean, 3 days now, and there's really no support. I mean, looking left on this weekly chart, the next low looking left is about 450. Well, I actually tried to short some, but couldn't get it. I wonder if it was down 10% yesterday. It wouldn't fill me. Well, maybe I got impatient. Usually if I don't get a fill immediately, I get a little, I get antsy. I waited about 5 seconds and they didn't fill me and then it started moving down. Now it's moving up a little bit, but, oh, I know there are enough shorts. It's not a matter of, the shorts not being available. Well, what do you think? When you look at I mean, you're extended on the daily, but I mean, look at that weekly chart. I mean, I mean, the next low looking left is 450. But if it got back up six, I'd be out of the trade. I'm not in it. I tried to get it at 592 actually, and it just wouldn't fill me. And then it moved down a bit. I didn't want to chase it. Now I guess I'm glad I didn't. But how well it holds under six. All right, well, I did take, so I've got a very tight stop on this, obviously, on the TGI, okay? Time is at 11:21, so I still have time before my break. Now, this might just be a bit of a, this might be just a bit of a scalp because 981, 980 could be pretty decent support for it right there. I'm on a 2-minute chart. Okay, well, it broke down. I'll keep it on the 2-minute. I don't really look at the 5-minute that much anyway, but just for reals consideration of a breakdown on a 8 EMA and the 2-minute chart. All right, so this just is at yesterday's high now. MLHR is at yesterday's high. I probably should have got out. I'm thinking there's that little area of support, just a couple of, three candles right there. Ryam is inching up, but it doesn't look that dynamic. RYAM just doesn't look that dynamic. Well, I thought you said it worked every single time, Real. And of course, I'm just kidding, Real. What you're saying, it'll only not work the time I try it. Yeah, you know we're just kidding around here. All right, guys. Alerts of are drying up now. 35.19. So that was the high yesterday for MLHR. I mean, if you're looking for a potential swing trade, this might not be too bad as long as it keeps holding up in this area and takes that high of yesterday out. It's an earnings play yesterday. Tremendous reaction to it, and still has some room up to that maybe that 40 level. Again, I am not recommending anything. I'm just pointing it out. Well, I'd say I'm mildly profitable on this one. There's my short is up here, 992 for the TGI. But again, I'm thinking that 980. But if it pops down through 980, we might have something a little bit better. Let's put an alert here. Gets back up to 992, I'm out. So, Real, on your 2-minute chart, where did Sava break down underneath the 8 AMA on your 2-minute chart? The one that you use for, I think, or swim, of course. Oh, okay, I meant the price, but okay, 1056. Okay, it's about the same then. I mean, we have it right there, around 985 or so. Okay, well, it's very close. Even though we're using all the pre-market data, I'm assuming anyway. I mean, that's very close. I mean, it's virtually the same. And there was a ton of trading in Sava in the pre-market. We should do some comparisons here, because that to me, if there was going to be anything that was going to be really, really different, it would have been this one because Sava, had just a ton of volume in the pre-market. Now maybe it's because it was kind of flat. I don't know, but so I see it right here. It looks like it's trying to cross right now. Thank you, JB. I was thinking of adding that. Yeah, that looks. It's funny then. Real. I mean, now, granted, BE didn't have that much activity in the pre-market, but it looks like our ADMA is on the 2-minute chart anyway. Is very, very close. Within pennies. I like it though. I like this. I really, as you know, I don't use 2-minute charts, but and I'm assuming then what happens is you play the break, and if it moves above the 2-minute, the ADMA, then you get out. That's your stop. Well, that's really interesting. I know you've talked about that in the past, but as you know, I don't. Now, what about on a 5-minute chart? It's just too late. So it's yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, obviously, the higher the time frame, whoops, yeah, typically safer. But you're right, probably a little too late. You mean add to the play? Is that what you mean when you're talking about an add-on, add to the play, like take more shares, keep? Oh, I see. Okay, interesting. So you get the initial alert on the 2 minute. You get a more of a confirmation on the 5, more of a confirmation on the 10 or 15. Well, that makes sense. So yeah, the CKPT offering was at what price was it? $2.80, I believe. CKPT was actually over, even in the pre-market, it was over. Yeah, it was. It didn't really get down to 280. It was holding at 3, and it is. Yeah, it's a nice percentage move off that 280. Okay, well, TGI is doing. It's taking that little area out. An AXL. Um, so interesting. So on the TGI, and I'll look at work, but on the TGI, which I'm in, so I took it. I took it up here 992. Okay, so that was a little bit ahead. Where do you have I hate to do this. I know you're busy, but if or somebody else, where do you have the 8 EMA break on the 2 minute chart for TGI? It's hard to see this. It looks like it's more like 984. I did take this trade at 992. Not because of that. It was more of a gut. Was it 981 that late? Yeah, I can see that. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean that's the same that we have on our charts. You know what? I mean, maybe we're not taking into account pre-market anymore because I mean that's bang on. It was kind of gut, Hannah. I mean, I just looked at this and I thought, okay, if I take it at 992, I can put a very tight stop on it, 8 cents if it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, then I'm out. So it wasn't anything to do with crosses. It was more looking at 10 being very, very, probably very difficult for it to get through. Just from a psychological point of view. 1134. Let's take a look at 1134. Yeah, I mean it's the same reel. It really is the same. It's not the 5 AMA. It's the 8 AMA he uses. All right. Well, this is interesting. So I have about 495 for AQB, right around that area, right there, 495. But again, confirmation. We are talking about price crossing. We're not talking about moving average crossings. Well, it's interesting because it gives a good rule. I like the idea of, when we see these stocks just flying and, and we know at some point, I mean, nothing is going to keep going up. And if we use that as a bit of a guide, as you say, nothing is 100%. Oh, so now you've confused the heck out of me. So now you were talking about a moving average cross. I mean, I do have, you're talking about the 20 SMA? I thought you were talking about a price cross. Which even if you weren't talking about a price cross, it seemed to be very very similar. I mean, I know we talked about crosses and moving average crosses is at length in the past, but I thought you were referring to the price crossing down below on the 2 minute chart, the 8 EMA. So in your mind, there's no such thing as just a simple price cross of the 8 EMA. Okay, okay, I got it down now. Meanwhile, the market is moving down. Take a look at SPY and where is it in relation to? Yeah, we're at a pretty critical level here. Maybe 331. We've had a pretty significant drop from the highs, and I think we're now below. Yeah, we're below the highs before the pandemic. It took a long time to get back up. Now it's just below the highs of the pandemic, the start of the pandemic. Meanwhile, I mean, this HRB, I mean, it wasn't straight down. We had a little bit of a move. Well, we had two moves, but now I see a cross there, 1426 for HRB. Now it's a moving average cross, but it's also a price cross or a break. Let's confuse everybody. See, in this case, it would have been the same. There's a moving average cross and a price break. It would have been virtually the same. Boy, this having a 2 minute chart up brings me back to my roots. But of course, for those of you looking for the long plays, I mean, it's just the reverse. Yeah, so all Hollywood, I'm sharing all these scans here. You can either click on the scans tab right there. They're all here. Or you can click on the room drive icon. Where are you? Phew. Or you can click on the room drive icon right up here. Looks like a half open folder. And you can click on scans that I share. It'll download to a Word document. Then you can take a look at all the scans at your leisure, including the basic new highs and lows. Okay? Oh, the no repeat. Do I have the no repeat? I mean, it's very simple. Let me just see if I have the no repeat. Yeah, no repeat right there. So I do have it. Did I read something about the trade of the week? My commenting on the trade of the week? Did I see somewhere? I may have missed that. What is the trade of the week? How is it doing? Yeah, so it's underneath now. Now, it doesn't mean you had to, I mean, the trigger was 40, it got up to 43. I I would not be letting it get down below where I bought it if I got it at 40. All right, I'll be taking my break pretty soon. Just got to find out who is in the YouTube feed today. All right, guys. So if you want to follow along from 12 to 1, I'm not sure who's in today. It could be Andy. I think it could be Andy. So if you want to follow along, just gonna put the link in. So you're talking about a price alert? Yeah, maybe the high 12.15 or so. I mean, if it takes out, what did it do? Yesterday it's got to 12.11, and then this morning 12.11 also. So yeah, I mean maybe just a little bit above that, and then it definitely has some room. Looking left 12.87. Yeah, if you look left on that weekly chart. Okay, so Phoenix, if you go click on new from the toolbar and then click on AI/Holly strategy, the trades window. Okay, the trades window. This would be your window. Once it's up and running, there's nothing more for you to do. Just save your layout. File, save or share to cloud, entire layout, give it a name and save it. Then it'll be part of the layout. You don't have to do it every morning. When you exit trade ideas, you can save it to your computer, save the layout, yes. It'll go to your computer. Well, B is still darn strong. Okay, yeah. So Andy will be in the YouTube feed from 12 to 1 as I take a break. I only take a break for half an hour in this room. All right, guys, I'm just kind of biding my time until I take my break. All right, so Herman Miller did not continue. It tried to take that high out of yesterday, but it kind of touched it, but came right back down. Such a strong move today for BE. This might be a potential short now, guys. This WVE. Look at all these topping tails. Ah, I've lost my linking. Man, it's a good time to take a break. I've lost my linking with. There it goes. Sometimes, yeah, you just have to do it a few times. Okay, so what was I looking at? WVE. Look at all these topping tails right here. Trying to get through 20. Hmm? Give me a moment here, guys. Just doing some housekeeping. Okay, guys, I am just kind of waiting for Andy to show up in the. Oh, there's one VVPR on the move here over the whole number. And it's, of course, it's above yesterday's high. Keep an eye on this one. Low float, 4 million in the float. Great volume today. Keep an eye on it, see how well it holds 9. All right, thank you, Andy. So I'm going to stop my YouTube feed right now, Andy, so you're on.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, traders. Let me know when you can hear me. Testing. All right. Thank you, Luther. Appreciate it. Can you see my screen okay? Sorry if you guys have to look at the chat. Let me know if you can see my screen fine. Okay, great. Thank you, Luther. Appreciate it. All right. Yeah, you guys are going to have to look at the chat window because I am at my mom's house. And hey, Aja, how are you, buddy? And I'm only on one monitor here, so forgive me for having to display the chat window for you guys, but not a whole lot I could do. All right, everything seems to be working properly though, so that's a good thing. Always nervous I have the wrong key code or something here, but looks like everything's working properly. All right, this is a support webinar for those of you who may have been in Barry's room for the first time, and thank you, Wealth Thinkers. Appreciate it. What we do is we open up this room for about an hour. It's our support webinar. We do Monday through Friday at the same time slot. It's a great venue for coming in and asking questions about the software. We can also ask questions, talk about the market if you wish. Do trader questions. We're fine with that too. But we do want to help people who may be struggling a little bit with the software, has a few questions. It's just a great format to come in here and ask the questions, and we can kind of show you using the desktop sharing here. But looks like everything's working fine. We can talk a little bit about the market while we wait for questions to come in. It is an open chat right now, and it looks like we don't have any questions, so we'll just kind of talk about the market a little bit. We'll see what happens here in the SPYs. The SPYs are trying to hold on to this 50-period movement. Hey, Mike C., how are you, buddy? SPYs are trying to hold on to this key level, and we'll see if they can do it. I think this a close below this 50 could mean trouble. The Qs we know are showing more weakness. They're quite below their 50-period moving average there in the Qs, but do have a kind of a level of support we're dancing around right now. We'll call this a pivot level for sure. So we'll see what happens. Been seeing this B come by a lot. Yeah, it's a nice little move today in B. Living the trading life. There you go, man. Yeah. Living the trading life can be fun. It can also be very stressful, Mike. Let's see. Neo's kind of active today. Looks like the few stop hits, a few profit saves, a couple of them working. Okay, Dave, in with the first question. I just downloaded the new version and now have Smart Stop, Swing Exit. Where do these come from and how do you use them? Good question, Dave. I think I have mine cut off right. No, I got the swing exit. Okay. Basically, the swing exit, it's not a complicated formula. It just kind of gives you an idea if you were to take a swing trade where you would probably want your drop dead out to be. It's basically, I think, a 20-day low is what it is. So it's just to kind of, give those who are not accustomed to maybe reading charts or candlestick charting, just kind of gives you an idea if you were to take a trade where the swing side. So this would be more of a longer time frame, obviously, a swing exit. And they're a little bit too in many cases, too big of a loss for me. So, you know, I don't. In some cases, they can be very helpful, but like this example right here in B, if I buy B at 17.71, I doubt I'm going to give it all the way to $13 to get out. That's a big loss. So, but in some cases, it can be, like say you took it this morning right at the bell, then it would be okay. That may be a good okay stop for an exit this morning, but not after it's run this far. So, this gives you those who are trading that may not be up on their candlestick charting, kind of gives you an idea where the stop, maybe, yeah, that's too big for me too, Dave. Smart stop is a little bit different. Okay, a smart stop is an algo. This is more for, I'm going to call it longer term day trading. So in other words, if you're a scalper, you probably don't want to pay a whole lot of attention to the smart stop. But if you're one of those type of guys that likes to get into a trade and let it work for you all day, this may be a very good smart stop for you. Let's put in something else real quick. Let's throw Facebook or something in there. And what it does, anytime you first click into it, just kind of gives you an area of where you might, and this is more of an algo that has to do with pivot levels, support levels, volatility, and things like this. So it's a little bit more in-depth than what you're going to find in the swing exit. So just basically giving those day traders that may not understand candlestick charting patterns and things like that, where you might want to put your stop if you're day trading it. And the profit targets is just kind of the same thing. It's another area where the algo looks at resistance and things like that. You can see, you'll find it married up to a lot of congestion a lot of times. Just kind of gives you an idea of where your profit target would be if you were to take it. It's not suggesting anything. It's not suggesting that you take the trade. It's just suggesting where your target may be and where your stop may be if you do take the trade. So they can be kind of helpful for if you're new to trading. If you're long-term trading, you probably have your ideas of where your stop, where you'd like your stop and where you looking to take profit. Me, I'm not big on profit targets. You're welcome, Dave. I let the market and the price action kind of dictate, where I'm going to look for profits. But good question. Very good question. Mark's trying to get a bounce here, running right into its 50 period moving average. We'll see what happens here, but definitely showing the sellers over the last few days have kind of been in charge, and really one could argue that the sellers have been in charge over the last couple of weeks. We'll see if that changes, but to this point, I don't see any reason to be rushing in and loading up your account long. But that doesn't mean you can't take a chance on a few things. I'm definitely long a few things. Okay, there's no stupid questions in here. Okay, if I put a target order and a stop limit and shut my computer down and walk out to lunch, brokerage 1 is shut down. Brokerage plus, I think you meant, does a transfer to my IBK account and stay active. No, you have to keep both platforms up and running. In other words, Trade Ideas and your Trader's Workstation up and active for trades to execute. But you know what? That's I may have to think about that one. I know we're told, to keep, everybody needs to keep, both platforms up and running to execute trades. Now, if you do have if it's already submitted to IB and you only shut down Brokerage Plus, that's a good question. You know what? I may have to, for right now, play it safe and keep both of them open. and I'll ask around to the developers and see if that's the case. But for right now, just to be safe, I would definitely keep them both open. There you go. You can always test it with either paper trading or very tiny size in live trading. All right, Dave says on my 5-minute chart for SPY, I have a buy order and a reducing order stop. Where did these come from? I didn't put them in there. Huh. When you say you have a buy order, you have it in your brokerage plus, or are you seeing it on the chart? And if you did submit an order, if you have a buy in brokerage plus, it would reflect it on the chart as well. So, yeah, I've never seen that, Dave, where you didn't put an order in and just something just shows up. And I don't think it's something from Holly, because Holly rarely. I don't think she's ever traded a SPY. It says open orders stop 35.24 on my chart. 335. Now it's gone. Huh. That's strange. Have you been doing anything inside your brokerage plus window? I mean, do you have it connected? Right. I knew what you meant there. Did you have it connected to Trade Ideas Simulator? Well, you just walked in and fired it up? Only thing I think of, it's been connected since 8:30. Okay. Yeah. Only thing I mean, it's possible that you may have been clicking around and accidentally, if you're looking at the spies, I can see where maybe if you just accidentally clicked around and hit it, trade trade spies, and just accidentally did something, it would put a buy order in there. I've never seen something just, pop up for no reason at all. And especially since you're telling me it's a buy order, more than likely it was done through accidentally on the charts. But keep an eye on it just to make sure, that doesn't, happen again. If it does, you may try to capture an image real quick and send it to us. But yeah, I've never seen that. And then what we could do is we can have you load send in your support uploads, your files to support, and we can take a look and see if anything's happening. But yeah, I've never seen that. Okay, Jari Videos 1 says if a stock suddenly pops, say 20% in 5 seconds, and I have seen that before, will filters change 1 minute alerts exactly the same time as it would change in 2, 5, 10, 30 minutes, since they are just looking further back in time? Yeah, Jari, obviously the 1 minute filter is going to catch it quicker, but I think you're going to see it reflected in all of them. Okay, even because even if it's a change in 1 minute, it's probably going to be a change in 2, 5, and 10, etc. And that is in real time, so it's not looking at the previous 1 minute candle. That should be in real time. So you should catch it pretty quick. Now, here's the thing, when it comes to catching these quick candles, you got to remember this high frequency trading news reading robots out there that you're never going to beat them. Okay, you're never going to be the one early to the party. There was a day when I started trading, 23 years ago, where we were the fast ones, and we could get in there and sometimes and catch them quick. But now with all the algos out there, just tripping over each other, rushing into these stocks, it's really hard to beat it. But it will alert in real time, and the answer is yes. You should see that reflected on all those time frames, unless a 30-minute candle, if it's pulled way back and then took off, actually the change in 30-minute would not be the same as a 1 minute, if that makes sense. But if the stock was pretty much flat, dormant over the last 30 minutes, and then all of a sudden you had a very large increase in volume and the stock took off, yes, you should see it reflected in all those time frames. Let's see. Aja says, do you have any recommend settings for the candle patterns, for example, 50%, 75%? I'm not sure what pattern you're talking about there. You got to be a little more in depth on that. You're welcome, Jari. Are you talking about a retracement or something like that, Aja? Yes. Let me answer this one right quick. How the alerts hammer. Okay, so you're looking at they're the hammer alert. Yeah, it's going to be there's no. I don't know if you can. Can you do let me check that out real quick. I can't remember if there's a setting to put in there the percent of the hammer you want. So let's do a 5-minute hammer, add alert, and yeah. Okay. So I would, I would probably try 50%. What that means is, if a candle has a 1 minute, or I'm sorry, a $1 range, and you put 50 in there, the body of the candle would have to contain at least 50%. Okay, it's like a minimum. So, you might even try lower than that. Maybe just put 30% in there. I think I'd probably go with 30%. And then you should catch anything, greater than that. But experiment around with that. But I would just try it out, and you can always go back and run history and take a look at the candles and see what they look like, and get the right ones that kind of fit your eye. But I would try it at a lower number so you don't really miss anything. Maybe 30% would probably be a good number to start with. Okay. How do I add the percentage bar at the bottom of the T1? Yeah, it's. Let me just pull this over real quick. Now I got to close this out. Hold on. All right. So in a top list, if you want the percentage bar, you right click, and it's called the cylinder score. Okay, so show cylinder score, and it's going to show it at the bottom. Okay. And I think it's based on, I don't use these a lot, but if you go to configure and you go to sort relative volume, yeah, I think it's going to base whatever your sort is. So if we did change from the close, it should change. Maybe let's give it a second to change. Well, yeah, because these are down. I'm trying to remember what this gauges. Because if I put it on change from the close, let me click on this a couple of times. Yeah, why is it showing 100%? So you can see down here in my sector analysis, okay, it's showing me change from the close. 61% are negative on the day, 38% are positive on the day. I don't know what. It may be because I just set this in there and it hasn't had time to recycle, but we'll give it a look. But that's what it's going to do, okay? If you are sorting by change from the close, it's going to let you know what percent are negative on the day and what percent are positive, okay? I'm not sure why it's not doing it here. It may be because my sort was something else and I just changed it and it's just not taking it. I may have to like restart or something this window. But we'll leave it open just in case. But if you build a window and you set it up by change from the close, it's going to, I think whatever you're using as your sort, it's going to reflect that in the cylinder score, the percentage that are up and the percentage that are negative. Yeah, Ajahn, the bullish engulfing piercing pattern, what that's going to do, it's going to show you what percentage is piercing the previous candle. So, yeah, those are great just to play around with. And like I said, I would start at a low value just so you will get more data and you can just kind of use your eyeball. Can y'all not hear me? Steve's asking me, did I go on mute? I don't think I did. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, they're saying they can hear me. Steve's done this a couple of times. He's come in here and said that. Ah, there you go. I got it on price. Thank you. Thank you there. Yeah, so that's what you do. You base. I did not know that. I learned something today. So if you want to do change from the close, you click on that, and there you have it. Interesting. Yes, you're right. I had it based, Hussam. I had it on price. Okay, obviously, if you put it on price, I think everything should be. It's taken a while but I did not know you could right-click on the cylinder score. You can tell I don't use this a whole lot. Change from the close. Ooh, the market's back to lows here too. All right. Hi, can you suggest if Trade Ideas can alert me on a red-green on 5-minute time frame? Example, Groupon at 10 a.m. today with a red to green move. Let's take a look at Groupon. Yeah, what we have in this case, the problem with this, you're going to get a lot of, you're going to have to use some filters because you're going to get a lot of data because a lot of stocks will do this during the day. They'll go from red to green, but what you want to use, okay, is just go to an alert window and go to search and just type in cross, it'll be closed. There you go, cross above close. So what that'll do is it'll notify you anything. Obviously, it's going red from green. everything, when you look at change from close, it's based on yesterday's close. So anytime a stock crosses above the close, it's going from red to green. So this is the alert that you want to use for that, Chloe. The problem is you want to use enough filters, okay? So you're just not getting a ton of stuff. You'll get a lot of stocks coming through this if you only, if you're just looking for stocks that are going from red to green. But that does work, and yeah, that should get you going on the right track. All right. All right, looks like we are caught up. Yeah, spies are getting kind of they're having a hard time. Let's take a look at the cues. And once again, at this really critical pivot level, I mean, this could get ugly this afternoon. Not a market you just want to be loaded up and sitting in on the long side, in my opinion. Oh, UVXY redemption day. It's just crazy. We're seeing this weakness. There's this so much of a disconnect here in VIX. It boggles the mind. This is what makes me not want to get very bearish. I mean, these things are just shot. They're just toxic. When I see that, it makes me want to load up on the long side. That's good, Chloe. That's wise. If you have a watch list, yeah, of stocks that you like to follow, that can be a very good alert to use so you can see these things go from red to green. Silver's on high and gold is on high, so maybe we get some money flowing into these gold stocks. I know Steve's long a lot of silver stocks, and I kind of loaded up on Newmont this morning, taking advantage of the weakness. Hope it pays off for me. But oh, GDXJ is the top sector now. Yep, there you go. Nice little pop there. So some money maybe flowing into the gold stocks. Been waiting to see this in the weakness. Maybe some flight to safety here. Jack's. Yeah. What the heck? It's a full service restaurant. What is that? I know. It's not Jack in the Box. I know that, but let's see. One gold stock I saw moving today was Ego. Let go of my ego. Steakhouse restaurant. Alrighty. But I can promise you right now, some traders are pulling their hair out long the VIX and wondering what the heck is going on. Market's rolling over, going to a multi-month low, and these things are on a monthly low too. So, okay, what's wrong with my system here? I'm freezing up. There it goes. My mom doesn't have a very strong computer, so. All right, guys. The question panel. Redemption Day was meant to be a prayer. Yeah, there you go. Uh, burned? Is that how you I guess burned? Yeah, it is kind of a. Yeah, I've seen disconnects before, but not like this. Not like this. I mean, it just that doesn't make sense. I wonder where the true VIX instrument is trading at. That would be the futures, the VIX, the futures VIX. I have to think it would be doing better than this. Once again, these things are just made to take your money. Yeah, see, we get this question a lot. I want to move all my windows to a different display, but hate doing it one by one. There's not. There's not. The only way to do it is build another layout. In other words, what you want to do, if you have a default layout, there's no way to just move your default layout. Now, if you're just using the channels, okay, if you're using the channel bars, you can move your uh, toolbar to another monitor, and you can go to Tools, Options, Layouts, and you want to click on right here, Open Relative to Main Window, and then save it. And then what will happen is once you do open up these channels, they're going to pop open to whatever monitor you want to. The problem with the default layout is when you set the default layout and you set it up on your server, okay, Trade Ideas is assuming this is where you like your windows to be for your default. So it's not going to let you, just change your default layout just by moving this. It's assuming that wherever you put a window, that's where you want it. So really the only thing you can do is minimize, okay? You can minimize by clicking the minimize button in the toolbar and then come here to the taskbar, to the icon, and then find your toolbar and then click on it and it will. So you can do that if you're looking just to pick up a if you have a web page underneath that you want to look at real quick. Yeah, once again, just find the toolbar, click on the minimize, and then it's in your taskbar. But there's no container window, okay? So you cannot put everything in a container window and move it that way. And so market goes to lows, and VIX may finally be trying to do something, but not really. And let me see if gold continues to play ball here. Dollar's rolling over, and gold is still creeping higher. No big volume coming in or anything like that, but the spies are getting ugly. Let me tell this person that keeps dinging me. Never mind. All right, what happened to my chat window? There it is. All right, Snake Eyes says, where do I edit time so it does only slow hours, minutes? Slow. I'm not sure what you mean there. Well, how do you edit time uh, so it only shows hours slash minutes? Are you talking about changing the time frame in your chart where you can go right here, right click, go to time frame, and you can do whatever? I think that's what you're talking about, Snake Eyes. You can choose whatever time frame that you want just by right clicking and going to time frame in your chart. Also, another thing a lot of people don't know when they first get in here is you can hold down the control key and you can use that to zoom in and out on your candles in the windows. So you want to show hours and minutes. Oh, you just do this. Just go and just expand your time. You can expand your column to show all the way down to the exact second. Is that what you're looking for? Just expand that column window. No, no, yeah, we can go all the way down to the exact second there, the date. You can get the date in there as well if you want to. Just keep going, so you can get the date, uh, hours, minutes, and seconds. How can I set up an alert for a price crossing a 12 EMA and crossing a VWAP and make it in 1 minute or 5 minute, 15 minute? John, you first of all, currently we don't have EMAs. That is going to be coming pretty soon. Okay. Uh, no ETA, but I know we talked about it in our marketing meeting, and we have they're going to be setting up some EMAs right now. But right now you're kind of confined to SMAs. And the best thing to do is go to an alert window, go to search, and type in the word. The keyword is crossing. No, crossed. Okay, and you'll see all the things we have. You can see crossed above VWAP. That would be the price. You would see all these different periods crossing above other candles on all the different time frames that we have. So we have quite a few of them in there. But once again, you're kind of stuck with the SMAs right now. And I don't think you're going to be able to do a moving average crossing the VWAP at this time. Okay, maybe in the future, but for right now, you're kind of stuck with just price crossing VWAP and moving average crossing other moving averages. Here's the caveat when it comes to the crossing over, and it doesn't work for a lot of people, and I can see why. It's just the way that our kind of infrastructure was built, and there's not a whole lot we can do about it. The candle has to close, okay, before you get an alert. Okay, so if you're using a 1 minute candle and the 5, you had this 5 crossing the 8 period selected, okay, you will not get alerted until that 1 minute candle closes. Okay, I know it doesn't work for some people, and I understand why, but it's unfortunately it's just the way it works. Yeah, you can use a 20 SMA. You'll see what we have in there. I don't know if we have. Obviously, we do not have the 20 crossing. These are our 20 period SMA options. We're not going to have something for VWAP though, and I doubt we can do a custom for that one because it's a little bit different animal. But once again, the best thing to do is just type crossed in there, and you'll see everything that we have in your search window. Alert windows don't refresh. Alert windows are real time. They happen in real time. You'll get alerted in real time. Okay, and these are on fast servers, so they are real time. Top list are the ones that refresh. Top list refreshed every 30 seconds. Okay. Looks like my YouTube chat window is running behind. Okay, well, like I said, it may be. She doesn't have the fastest computer, but I can't be that far behind because it looks like I'm getting pretty snappy questions in here. Which time frame is changed from 10-day SMA? Well, that's going to be a daily time frame. Okay, so if you look right here on this GDX chart, you're going to see this little green line is my 10-day SMA. Okay, so obviously if it's a day, the time frame is going to be a day. If it's a 10-minute or a 15-minute chart, then it's going to be a 10-period moving average. It's a lot easier if you think of them as periods versus giving them a name like minutes and days. So whatever time frame you're looking at on a chart, if you have a 10-period moving average up on here, like I do right here in my 15-minute one in GDX, you can see it's the only line I have is a 10-period moving average. Then if I switch to a 5-minute, okay, it's still going to give me the 10-period moving average. It's just going to be on a 5-minute. It's a 5-minute chart. It looks at each 5-minute interval and gives me an average based on that. It actually doesn't look at the current candle. It's all previous candles. So it's a lot easier. When I started out, I found it a lot easier just to think of them as all as periods versus minutes or days or hours or something like that. Let me get this back on a 15. The one I like there. All right, market is at lows. All right, let's go on to another topic here. Let's see where the spies may go as we look at this. All right, we got a low going back, let's see, about 5 days ago, right at 331, and we just ticked below it. We'll see if we can dig in here. If not, guys, things aren't looking good. So we'll see what happens. Let me get me a drink of coffee here. Clear the throat. I'm seeing results in batches. Any idea why? Let me go back and see your question. See how often. We're seeing results in batches. Well, the only batch, you should get a fresh batch every 30 seconds. A lot of the symbols are going to stay in there if I'm using a top list, but you'll see this thing blink or flash every 30 seconds. There may be some that come out. It all depends on what kind of filters you're using, but what will happen is in many top lists, when you use the term batch, a batch of them could leave and a new batch could come in. But yes, it should refresh every 30 seconds. If it isn't, I've never seen a problem with this. It could be that you're having some bandwidth issues on your computer, but it should refresh every 30 seconds there. Hi Andy, why is back testing set to max 65 days? Any plans for longer term periods? Yes, Usam. We are working on a new technology right now. I think where we're possibly going to be able to back test. It will be limited. One of the reasons it is limited because we pull so much data. If we were just pulling price and time, we would probably be able to go a lot further back. But when we're pulling all this data for every little filter set that we have, we're just kind of at this point kind of limited on 3 months, 3 calendar months. But we're working on something where we're hoping to be able for you to pull up a lot more historical data, at least based upon some filters. Okay, so we're not, pulling every little second tick that we have on all this data. So, you know, it looks like every 5 minutes I get results. Let's see. Okay, I'm sorry. This is another one. So hopefully, Hussam, in the future, we will have at least the ability to do more historical data based upon a limited amount of filters. I know a lot of people, price and time are the most important components. Uh, and by the way, Hussam, I know you sent me that email. I want to let you know that uh, I'm talking with a dev guy right now. It seems that the the IB gateway is fine to use. Okay, one guy told me that should stick with TWS, but I talked to another guy who said no, the IB gateway should be fine to use. Uh, we'll have to still go in there and see why some of your we got to look at those uploads. I have no idea why some of those orders are going out in quantity of 0, uh, but anyway, I want to let you know you should be fine on that IB gateway. Yeah, mom's homemade. Mom made me a nice breakfast this morning. Yeah, there's definitely some benefits to coming and visiting mom for sure. Okay, John, in the future, do you think TI will allow more customization where users could use their own pre-selected SMA EMAs rather than the standard preset in the system? Uh, yeah, now we do have custom formulas that you could do. The problem is if we're not pulling that data, obviously we cannot create a custom formula if the data's not there. I'm not a real big tech guy, so yeah, some of that stuff puzzles me, John, as well. But once again, much like the answer I was giving to Hussam, that we're working on a new technology that's going to be able to bring more of that to the forefront. Okay, I wish I could give you an ETA, but I can't. I just know we're working on it, and it's exciting, and we will be able to do a lot more stuff with that. Okay, Kumar, you probably. I'm sorry, I'm gonna go by Kumar because I can't. I'm not sure. I don't want to butcher your first name, but uh, you might look at this. Okay, first of all, when you set up an alert window, you want to make sure that go to properties and you go to speed, and this is set on normal. Okay, you do not want to set this on. I don't even know why they give this options. I mean, normal is real time, so I'm I'm not sure. I'm not sure how you can be faster than real time. So, but I have found out by just troubleshooting a lot of this stuff, just make sure this is on normal. Okay, the speed, uh, and make sure you're not in view mode. Make sure you probably have it checked by group and sort by. Make sure you have this on newest first. Yeah, put it on normal and then put it on. Make sure this is set on newest first, and that way you don't want to sort your A windows, in my opinion, because this way you want your most recent ones coming on top. Okay, you want it descending, or that be ascending or descending. Uh, so make sure you have it set on view mode. Once again, newest first, and then make sure your speed is on normal. That should fix it. Okay. It may be that you had it on fastest. So just put that on normal and give it a test, and I think you should find everything will be just fine because these things are real time. You're going to get the alert in real time when it happens. So I need to ask a developer why we have those, but okay. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Hussam. When is the ETA on the back testing improvements? I wish I could. I wish I could give you that. I really don't. I know the dev. It's a new technology, so there's a lot of work to do on our. Uh, I don't understand a lot of this, but I know when the developers and when they build out a system, there's a lot of infrastructure that went into it that has to be set up a certain way. And then when you try to add this new technology, you have to go back into it and switch. You basically got to go back to square one and start rebuilding a lot of this stuff. So I wish I could give you an ETA, but I can't. Another question, can you have an alert strategies for triggering exits in B+2? That will be sweet. Yes, we're working on, not sure, triggering exits in B+. Can you work alert strategies? Are you talking about like advanced exits? I know we're working on advanced exits. As a matter of fact, I know we have a lot of them in there that cannot be used. And I told the developers the other day, we need to get rid of these ones that cannot be used because they're confusing people. And they're in the middle of doing that right now. But I'm not sure. Have alert strategies for triggering exits. I'm not. Okay. So you're talking about advanced exits. Yeah, yeah. I agree. A lot of people want those, and yes, that's in the works. And what we're gonna do, there are some that work, and but they have a lot in there that don't work, and it is confusing. So I'm hoping on the next version that comes out, they'll have the advanced exits in there. It works. Yes, there's a lot of people that want that because. I myself would love to see one where it will follow a moving average and exit if it trades below that moving average. Right now, it's just going to base everything on what the current moving average price is, which doesn't work for a lot of people. So, but yes, we're working on all that stuff. Yes, I know. I agree. A lot of people feel the same way, Hussam. Uh, all right, guys. I probably have about 5 more minutes. Let's see. Autolycus, how you doing, buddy? I know you have a filter for decimal, but it doesn't always find a stock going through a whole dollar number, even with every single alert in the window. You're welcome. You're welcome, Hussam. I've never had a problem with that. As a matter of fact, I had an alert. Let me see if I can find it. It's an old one I haven't used in a while. Let me type in whole number. Let's try this whole number with large offer. And let me go to configuration. Okay, so let's make sure you're doing the decimalization right. Okay, so if you're looking for it to be around a whole number, you would want the decimal, okay, to be like, in this case, I'm using 0.97, and I'm using a max of 0. So what I was looking for when I built this one was, I probably built this for somebody. There's no alert in there. That's a new high. Volume today. I was probably working on this with somebody. Position in range 99. But if you bracket, if you bracket the whole number decimalization, you should not have a problem with that. I've used this before and it was very accurate. Okay, you got it. You set it up at 0 max. Okay. Yeah, try loosening it. Try loosening a little bit. You'll definitely get more data. For some reason, if it maybe if it's set at 0 and max at 0, there's not a bracket there. Are you getting any data when you put 0 in min and 0 in max? Are you getting any symbols that come through? Yeah, I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people that use. They love to trade around the whole number. As a matter of fact, a lot. I built one where. Let's see if this is working right here. Whole number shakeout. Let me see. Because a lot of times, what you'll find is stocks are. Okay, looks like this was optimized and everything. So what I did right here, I did a decimalization of 89 and a max of 92, because what I've noticed a lot of times, if a stock, if they're market makers, whoever's trying to shake people out of a trade, a lot of times they know the stops are set below a whole number. So in other words, a person may say, if this stock breaks 20 bucks, I'm out. So they'll set the stop at like 20.95 or 20.90 or something like that. So I set up built this so I could maybe catch those ones who are coughing up, trades. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go back and work on this, and maybe I'll present this one in one of my webinars. I haven't looked at this in a long time, but it looks like I actually optimize it at one time. Let's just, for giggles, let's just back test this and see. I probably hadn't looked at this in 5 years. Let me see if it's even working. Yeah, I probably need. That's the thing about back testing. You always got to stay on top of it. Yeah, I probably got too many filters in here. I'm not getting a whole lot of only 209 trades. But anyway. The decimalization, it works. You're definitely gonna get symbols coming through if you're using it. All right, a couple more minutes. I'm gonna hand it back off to Barry. See if I can get any more. Yeah, I'll work on something there, Otto. I'll work on something that maybe help. As a matter of fact, if you want to send something to info@trade-ideas.com and what you're trying to build, I can definitely help you. Andy, do you have statistics on AI strategies? We do. We do. We don't offer it. Present it to people. I will say this: probably the ones I've seen working the best currently are the breakout or the pullback long and the pullback short. But that's just me, just kind of eyeballing it each day. I know Neo has been performing better than the others, but I will say this: Neo works better during earnings season. Okay, so. Right now, obviously, we're not in earnings season, but maybe in another month we will be. So maybe you want to focus on Neo. These breakouts, I'm not one who likes to take trades 5 minutes after the bell. It's just kind of always been my nature. I kind of like to get a feel for the market for the first 15 or 20 minutes. But yeah, we do have numbers on it. I just don't have them, right off the top of my head right now, the most recent winners. Yeah, the compare count windows are good. I like those. I watch them every morning. Jamie always posts something on Twitter about the compare counts. He's always on top of those stuff. Yeah, there you go, Dave. Market makers, market manipulators, everything. So many things are done by with algos these days. I don't even know how many more of those people are out there. But thanks, Mike C. Appreciate it, buddy. Now it looks like I had a sound audio alert in there. All right. I'm hoping Barry will drop a message in here that he is back. You're welcome, Dave. You have a great weekend too. Everybody have a great weekend. Let me see if Barry is okay. He is streaming now. All right, guys. I'm out of here. You guys have a great weekend, and we'll see you. We'll see you next week. Bye bye.
All right. Yeah, so I am back. Okay. So we were just recapping a few things from the YouTube, or you people who are in the YouTube feed probably don't know. So TGI, this is a short that I'm still in, luckily. This is from 992. I haven't taken anything out solely by accident. And now I'm just contemplating, wondering what's going to happen here. No reason to get out of anything yet. The only reason I'll get out of anything is if it has a little pop. Otherwise, I mean, this could easily have another little drop. Okay, Andy. Thank you, Andy. And I am going to do my video now too. And give me a couple of minutes and I'll do my video. Had an active day, a couple of pre-market trades. I haven't done pre-market trades for probably, I don't remember, maybe 3 weeks, a month. A couple of pre-market trades. And then some shorts, couple of longs. But this short certainly was nice. Still in this TGTX, waiting to see if it's going to have a breakdown. I'm in at 26.27 on the short, waiting to see if it has a breakdown. And of course, my nice long was the PRTS earlier from my watch list. The PRTS had a beautiful run before it finally gave it up. All right, everybody, I'm going to do my video now, so let me put the announcement in. And before I do that, in case you do want to follow me, everything I do, of course, can be accessed from my homepage link. So again, if you want to follow my video, just have to click on my homepage link right there, that link right there, and you can sign up for the videos right here. They're usually posted about an hour after I finish them. Okay, so let me just get the announcement in. All right, I'll put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I am back and pretty happy. So just before I started the video, just before I got out of the TGI, okay, just before I started the video, as I think I told you, any sort of a move up, I was going to get out. So I'm all out of the TGI. And as I was doing the video, of course, I had to keep an eye on the TGTX. And beautifully now underneath that whole number. So now we might really have something here. And let's see, anything happening on the long side here for some of these littler ones. PJ, I'm kind of glad you said that because everybody keeps asking about swing trades. Now, listen, I know if you get the right one, I mean, it's gold, of course. That's like, such an obvious statement. Um, my problem, I mean, I'd love to swing trade too. I would love to say, okay, these are the two I'm going to take and hold them all year and not do anything else and, make 2, 3, 400% of my money. Of course. But I think I just don't have a feel for it. I just don't have a feel for it. I mean, again, if you pick the right one, fantastic. Other thing too is depends on I don't I'm not asking what people's account size are, but I mean, if you only have a $5,000 or $10,000 account, and how are you really going to swing trade effectively? How are you going to take big enough positions to hold on for maybe weeks, several weeks? And if they don't work, what are you going to do? If you've got a big account, sure, you can partition some of it in swing trading and not even look at it, perhaps. And you've got the you've got the wherewithal to hold on for weeks, several months, but I don't think most people are in that boat. I may be wrong. The trades of the week have been pretty darn good. I will say that. If that's the only one you take and obey the stop, and that's the only one you take, they're not going to work. And in fact, this one is going to, this one will officially be probably flat because, as you know, I think we're pretty soon to publishing it. I don't know when that's going to happen, but we've been taking a look at the trades of the week since April and compiling them and saying, okay, for each trade that actually triggered, because some of them don't trigger, there's a trigger price, and if it doesn't trigger, either on Monday or Tuesday, then we don't count it. If it does trigger, so Love did trigger, the trigger was 40, and then you exit it, for purposes of this of these statistics, you exit it just before the close on Friday. So this will actually show like a minor loss, even though had you taken it on Monday at 40, obviously you could have traded it out up here for a gain. Okay, so the next level that I see that might support it is 2571-ish for TGTX. You know, I'm looking at this. Looks like pretty decent support right there. Now, a word about this. You know, I took this one early. This was a in the simulator, and I just wanted to show you how this works in terms of the getting taken out of the trade if you don't do anything. So I had to stop at 398, and it took me out at 398. You can just barely see the line there. You know, it's a very faint red line now. It was a darker. It was right there. It was a darker line. It hit the price, took me out, and that's in the simulator. Boy, the market is just getting sold off. This is the only earnings play I see, AFIB. No, I was doing my video, so I had no chance. Hard enough doing the video, keeping one eye on that. But I swear the next time I will. Okay, I will. I will. I will. Yeah, this is relentless. Hey, listen, I mean, if you can find the right swings, I mean, you know, obviously, I just have never, I've just never been good enough to find the right ones, I guess. Yeah, I mean, for me, love. I mean, I'd be scared to death to swing love. I mean, the airline industry is still such an industry that is. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? I know they're looking for more money. There's no search function. No, there is no search function for the company names. No, I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. This has been sneaky. I think it's been sneaky. Yeah. So keep a look at Ryan. Interesting. There was the alert at 4:59. Really didn't do too much for a long time. Then all of a sudden, some volume came in, popped it, and now it's flatlining again. Who knows? Maybe if some more volume comes in, it'll break out of here. Well, yeah. I mean, I shouldn't. I mean, listen. I mean, all these. I've been talking about MLHR. I mean, that is a potential swing trade. Depending, of course, what I guess the market does. I mean, if the market keeps doing this, I don't think anything is going to be swingable for a while, but except for the odd one. But sure, as you know, I mean, everything in my watch list is usually will have some room on the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart. It doesn't mean but still, even then, I'm just, I think it's a mindset too. My mindset is just not to swing things. I just feel more comfortable getting out of most things at the end of the day and not having to worry about anything overnight. No, no, no. When I was talking about being stuck, my indices are stuck up here. Okay, they've been stuck. I mean, I know the market is down a lot more. I would just have to do a reboot of trade ideas. I know it would clear it up. I just don't want to do it. But let me see what you're talking about. All your alert windows stop feeding the details. So boy, I don't understand. Why don't you give me one of your links? Put a cloud link in, and I'll load it and see if it. Are you trying to say that, for instance, you wouldn't get any more? You wouldn't get new alerts. You'd have to somehow do a history, then back to real. The feed is live. The feed is live. I mean, as long as you're, real time. As long as you've checked real time. I mean, that feed is everything in here is live. Why don't you give me your cloud link, one of them that you say is not working, and I'll load it and I'll just see. Okay, guys, my curiosity, how much is the Dow down now? With this relentless selling, the Dow's got to be down quite a bit. Only 360. Okay. Okay. And it's not a layout, right? Just want to make sure before I load it. That is not a layout. It is just a single window. Okay, thank you. Okay, highs and lows. Let's see. Okay, I have to ask the question. Why would you put the daily volume as at least 1.3 shares a day? I just have to ask the question. Everything else is, I mean, it's not that that's going to prevent anything, because I'm just curious why you would put that. All right, so between 1 and 5. All right. Well, that wouldn't prevent anything, but from I mean, most stocks over the last 10 days will have a daily volume of at least 1.3 shares per day, I guess. I'm just wondering why you have it there. Okay, so I'll just have to wait. I mean, you're filter right now to make a new high. The market's not wanting to do that, so I'll just see if I get one. Yeah. I'm wondering if you meant to. I don't know what you meant to put 1.3 million or. I don't know what you mean. Where do I go to get the window from the existing? I don't know what you mean by that. Well, I don't know where you got it from. I mean, it's not mine. I don't have one called highs slash lows. I don't know where you got it. But if you saved it to the cloud, you just file load from cloud, and it's an alert window, so you can go into alerts. Well, remember, and I know I nag, not just to you, a tell designer, but I mean, please, if you have a window that you like, save it to the cloud. All right, you cannot lose it if you save it to the cloud. You can save your layouts to the cloud. You save individual windows to the cloud, and then it's always there for you. But I couldn't tell you where you got this. But what is wrong with it? Though I'm pretty sure. Okay, well I'll keep it up and running. I mean, right now it's just that with these filters in place, current volume is at least 3. There's your earnings, number of alerts 30. That's no big deal. I mean, right now with the market doing what it's doing, we're probably not going to get too many stocks making highs, new highs. That was the trigger, right? Yeah. But when you say it times out, what do you mean by that? How do you know it's timed out? You're not saying like right now it's timed out. It's not timed out. It's just there nothing is meeting their criteria. I do want to take that out though, just to satisfy my curiosity. Yeah, but my but mine has a different limit on it, right? So GTX as an example, let's just see. Well, that's a low, but let's just see MCS. Remember, mine is up to $20. Yours is up to $5. All I can do is just wait to see if you get any alerts. You can't compare it to this. But you understand what I'm saying? Just because you're not getting alerts, just because mine is rolling. Well, other thing. Let me just check your. So you have it on don't repeat. Also, you understand you have it on don't repeat. So you're only going to see it once. Okay. Well, but you can't compare it to this one. You know, I mean, I can tell you right off the bat. Look at next. So there's next. There's next. That's the last one. So these are the ones before. I mean, so these you should have seen all these before. I would have seen all these in this window also. I just think that you're thinking that you know you're looking at mine, but mine has is price limit up to $20. Let me take it off. Don't repeat, just for fun. Well, you could take mine. I mean, mine is in essence exactly like yours. The only difference is the price range. The only difference is I'm 4%, you were 3%, and I have 45 instead of 30. So you could literally take mine, change it to 30, change that to 3%, and I think everything else is, and there's my price range. So yeah, you have the same minimum volume. So yeah, it would be exactly the same, just with some minor tweaks. So I'm going to shut yours down. Okay. I just think it's because there's not a lot of activity in the stocks under $5 right now, making new highs and lows as we speak. Anyway, is it just so? This is just a window, right? It's not a layout, Dom. Okay. Good guys. I like the questions. It'll keep my mind occupied as we wind up this week. Well, that's terrible. You're getting no alerts. I'm kidding you, of course. Eight and the 20. I've never even used this one. Whoa, you've got a lot of alerts in here. How did you backtest it? Typically, you only backtest with one alert. All right. Well, I'll keep an eye on it. Typically, I only like to have one alert per in an alert window as opposed to several. Doesn't mean that's right. So which is the one that tested the best? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, yeah, I don't back test anymore. I haven't back tested in years. Excuse me. Well, I would find, okay, to me, having multiple alerts, you could get so many alerts in a window. Okay, so for instance, I mean, personally, I'm only looking for new highs. So I would not want to have a window that said, okay, give me new highs, give me new 5 minute highs, give me new 15 minute highs, give me new 30 minute highs. That to me would just fire too many. Okay, so that's why I like to have one alert in the window. It would just be, for me, it'd be too confusing. The reason for a multi-strategy window typically is for space saving considerations. If you don't have a lot of space, if you only have one monitor and it's small, that's typically why somebody will have a multi-strategy window, so you can take all the alert windows and put them in the multi-strategy window. Now, granted, if you put, if we took this one and we created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different alert windows with each one of these being, the trigger, yeah, you could put them into a multi-strategy window, and it could get overwhelming also. For me, using a multi-strategy window typically, because I have space, so that would not be the reason for my using a multi-strategy window. My using a multi-strategy window would be really for competing strategies. If I wanted to sort of see competing strategies in one window. So I could take this. I could take this. I mean, this is what I've kind of done. I mean, yes, I do have two alerts here, but they're so different. One's a new high, one's a new low, and you're right, color coded them in the alert window, making it making it easy to know. I mean, I know that if it's yellow, it's down. If it's green, it's up. I know that. It is a PC based program, but I will show you. I will give you a blog or a podcast that was done a little while ago. Okay, Mo. So there are three ways you can use it. I mean, we have a web-based version that you can use. So the web-based version is not as robust as the PC version. Um, if you cared, if you cared about having Brokerage Plus in order to do either a trade, if you have an interactive broker's account, or paper trade, like you're seeing here, I've connected. So if you're new to trading, then you might then you probably recommend that you practice trading. And we've got a great paper trader right here using our real-time data. But if you don't care about that, then the web-based version is probably fine. Otherwise, what a lot of people do, including those at Trade Ideas that have Macs, is they use an emulation program like Parallels. And I think a lot in the room do that. Or you could use like Amazon Web Services, something like that. So if you watch that blog that was done, it'll cover those three aspects. At 2 o'clock. Okay. All right, guys. Well, obviously, maybe not obviously, but I mean, if you were in that TGTX short, I am now out of it. Basically covered around 25.90 from the 26.20. Watching that move right there. Okay, what's next for me to short reel? I'm basically done for the day, I think, guys. I've traded more today than I've traded probably all week. Not quite, but I see this is an IPO today, guys. CMPS. It's flattened out here. Okay, so this is not 100% burn D. It's not a, or burned. Not 100%. Okay. Guarantee, okay. Um, if you use our Halts resumes, now if you just wanted to see the IPOs, then you would just use the resumes. Okay, so you would get rid of the Halts. I have them both. It doesn't, because what happens is, and it's just a quirk, that if it's an IPO, it shows up as a resume. There's no halt before it. It just shows up as a resume. Now, does it happen every single time? No. I would say at least 90% though. 90% of the time, it's going to show up as a resume. So here are the two today, VRTU and CMPS. Okay. So you can have this. You know how to get it? Okay. Well, let's see. Keeping with yesterday's theme, still, other than gold, but XME is still the strong one. There's only one positive sector that I see, other than gold. Gold is up, but XME was strong yesterday too. Metals and mining ETF. Not the one you gave us, right? I just see the old one from for WKHS in Cincinnati. um, what, to go long or to go short? Okay, so a tell designer, this is what I would do. I know people, because I see the question all the time. I mean, I do follow all the emails that come in to trade ideas. They're not directed to me so much. They're just, in a general email. And people seem to have a tough time saving their layouts and all of that. This is what I would do, first of all. I Even when I started a trade idea, or started with the program way back 10 years ago now, right? I never saved it to the default. I gave it a name. So when I have a layout that there's Art W, second here. Second here. So when I have a layout that I like, I click on save or share to cloud. I give it another name. I don't save it to the default and overwrite the default layout. I mean, that's just me, I guess, but I give it a name and I save it. So I know it's going to be there. I don't have to worry about overwriting a default layout or anything like that, or where is it. I give it a name. Now, so I mean that's the first thing. Now what you're asking, okay, so you've saved to the cloud and now you've brought into, okay, so we'll call it your default layout, okay? But I would give it another name. So you'll know you'll never lose it in case you overwrite the default, okay? Now, okay, so now my layout is a little bit different. Are you talking about my windows, my watch list? Or are you talking about this whole layout here, which I don't share as a layout, I share it as individual scans. Are you talking about my watch list? Okay. So, okay, first of all, save your layout to the cloud, right? And I would start giving it a name. You can even date it, so you'll know how recent it is. That's typically what I do. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud, and then if you don't have these windows loaded, then you can click on new channel bar and then my watch list, unless you have them up and running. If you don't, then when you remember, because this is a layout, so that's why I asked you to save your layout to the cloud. So your layout will go, it'll be gone, but you've saved it to the cloud. Promise me. Okay. So if you click on my watch list, then you'll get these three. Now you can save. Yes. Okay. I change the symbol list name every 2 weeks. Okay. So for next week, it's going to be the same symbol list name. So you can go ahead and save these three windows to the cloud. All right. Bring back your layout that you just saved. And then bring back the three windows from the cloud. And then save your layout again. And then your layout will include these three. Then you don't have to go to my watch list Monday morning or every day. And you can do that for all next week. You'll be good to go. The following week, you'll have to do it again, and then it'll be good to go for 2 weeks. Does that make sense? Well, did you not? Did you? Okay, so if you, so they're not part of your layout right now. I thought when you just saved your layout, I thought they were included in your layout. No, 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 no. They don't change. I see what you're saying. No, they don't change. And the other thing too is when you take a look at them, you might want to change them yourself. In terms of, you might want to change. I mean, some of them have got crazy price ranges. $1 to $1,000, things like that. So you may want to change them yourself. But once you've got something in your layout, you just load your layout every day, and you don't have to worrying about the individual windows. If I make a change here, okay, if I make a change in any one of these windows, and I save my windows, and and then I save my layout to the cloud, all the changes will be saved. So then when I load my layout again, all the changes are there. Is that Yamana? Memory serves me. Yeah, Yamana. Man, I used to remember Yamana from way, way back. Do I like it? No. I mean, I just look at the daily and it's just so choppy. I just look at this day. I don't see anything that would get me interested in this one right now. Yes. Yes, a tile designer. Yes. So what you would do is you would X out. So in 2 weeks, well, not next week, but say Monday morning, you would bring back your layout. You'd X these out, get rid of them, then save your layout, and then load front then load these again for the new watch list. Save them to the cloud. Bring back your layout. Bring back the three. Save it to the cloud. Then you're good to go for 2 weeks. Sounds confusing, but it's not that confusing really. I mean, it's just if you get into the habit of saving windows to the cloud, individual windows to the cloud, it's really not that big a deal. And I encourage everybody to save your windows to the cloud, individual, and your layouts to the cloud. Two excellent reasons to do that. You can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one at a time, one device at a time. But you can have, I've got my desktop, I've got a laptop, I've got a tablet, so I've got at least 3 devices. So instead of when I go to another device, I download, say a laptop, so I'll download the program and then I just file load from cloud, and there's my layout. I don't have to recreate my layout each device. So that's number one reason. Number two reason, even if you only have one device, say a laptop, and that's all you're using it on, if something happens to your laptop or your laptop, your desktop, if something happens, it fries or whatever, everything's unrecoverable. You have to get a new machine, or you've got to reformat. Oh well, but all you have to do is download the program again and load everything back from the cloud. No, 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 no. Only you. It's your cloud. It's in your cloud. Just like anybody, it's just like all the clouds that are out there. I mean, it's your, yeah, they call it the general cloud, but it's your partition in that cloud, and only you have access to it. See, to me, this is going to be an interesting one next week. MLHR, it literally got right to the penny. I bet 35.19. Okay, a little bit higher, 4 cents higher, 35.23, and it got stuck. But next week, you never know. I mean, it may continue. Aha! Who was that genius earlier on talking about Fluidigm? Are you still in the room? And that's FLDM. Look at Fluidigm taking off here, guys. FLDM. No, it wasn't me. I will not. I cannot take credit for that. Somebody posted some information about Fluidigm early on in the day. It was not me. I'm not sure if they said they were going to be presenting something but look at the volume that came in. No, it wasn't real either. That might be a stretch. 1250. Oh my gosh, that's way up here. Look at the volume that's coming into TGTX. This might be a turnaround play right now. Look at the volume. That was a nice short, but SDGR. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. All right, guys, give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, my thoughts on Sava. Well, I really don't know. I mean, it's so choppy. I mean, yeah, it's had the pullback and now it's a little pop here, but look, to me, I mean, I don't know what you're looking at. I mean, to me, it's been an incredibly hard trader. I know that some of you were able to short it maybe in this area, but it's so choppy all day. There's not been, I mean, look at these 15-minute candles, topping tails, bottoming tails, even, obviously worse on the 15, on the 5. So when I look at Sonn, SONN, I mean, I mean, yeah, I mean, now it looks obvious to short it right up here at 270 odd, but there's no cross or anything, so how are you and I know it's way outside the channel. Other than, so is that what you're looking at? The fact that it's way outside the channel? Yeah, the one and only real. You see, I mean, I see that ADMA is almost getting there, so for the price break. But of course, you'd be giving. I mean, they're well, it's not that bad. I guess it's a dime, and if it does fall down to, but I do see, on the channel I'm looking at, it's way above it, way outside. All right, I think you're probably going to spring a fib on me. All right, guys, maybe a little. Well, okay, I don't know if it takes out. I don't think it has enough room. RDN looks like it wants to bounce a little bit here, but probably has some resistance right around 1507 and then up here, so I don't think it's enough room. RR, ooh, RR, RRR. Oh, I see. Because there's not really, I didn't really see like a classic trigger other than kind of a guess that it's topped out. you know, with a big topping tail. RRR. Now look at this, it popped. No, for him though. I mean, I can see him looking at that top right there, that and just wanting to hammer it. But you know, it has been a monster. It just has been an absolute monster. You know, look at the week it's had. I mean, you know, Monday, or I don't know what day, but $1.94, $5. So say 2 to 5. Yeah, so now, okay, this is what I see. This is there. So this would be a price break. There's no way you're going to get it. Well, I should say no way, but it'd be a stretch to get the cross. Yeah, exactly. Not yet. I mean, so you and you know, I think our EMA, I think our charts are very, very similar now. I think we can talk the same language because I see it. You know, it's still it's a moving target, but around 799. Yeah, Kodak is on the move. Yes, CODK on the move. Just making a new high now for the day. This could have, man, this could have a nice run. Yeah, that's what I have, I think. I've got it right here. Yeah, 790, 799 or so. Right there as it's flattening out. It hasn't quite broken down. But again, I think all the charting programs are going to be a little different. Like, I don't know what you're using, Calvin. If you're talking trade ideas, Real has Think or Swim. I mean, it's going to be close enough. I mean, it's going to be within pennies. I'm going to stick an alert at 797 just to see if it takes that out. You know, whole number one. With the volume is just dried right up. Now again, that's exponential. I mean, you know, it's still 45,000 shares and all on that 2-minute chart, but you know what's having a little move here, guys, is play. Play is having a move here. Out of the 5s, 15 right there. So in our program, it didn't break. On our chart, it did not break it, so it was not in it. FLDM. Calvin, were you using the trade ideas charts or TV? Okay. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. If it had broken on our charts underneath and then it broke above, absolutely. That's why I guess it's cool because you can put a pretty tight stop on these things. I just wasn't sure what charting program you were using. No, I thought you were arguing. No, that's one thing I'm good at. Hockey player wrists. All right, so what is the SPY doing? SPY is just kind of, well, I was going to say resting, but there's a red bar. We'll have to see what happens here. I mean, if that red bar takes out this area down here, look out. Okay, now this could be setting up for us anyway on using the trade ideas charts. This could be setting up for the fluidime, FLDM. Yeah, so Bruce, I have no idea because I don't use level 2 at all. Okay, and you hear a lot of people at Trade Ideas, we don't necessarily believe in level 2, so I have no idea. Where anybody in the room, I've been asked a question about detailed level 2 training, and listen, I mean, the fact that I don't use it in real and most people at Trade Ideas do not use it or don't believe in it doesn't mean it, if you can find a way to make it work, great. I trust you, so go ahead. You're talking about a link for level 2 training. Just find too many games played level 2. I mean, that, years ago it might have been good, but too many games played, big bids come in, they yank them. And so I just find that it's too much of a distraction. Oh, not related to that. Okay. Guys, play is on the move. PLAY is on the move. So, Bruce, I'm sorry, I just can't help you. Oh, you're talking about trade ideas links? Absolutely. You know, collaboration link? Sure. Hmm. So minimum volume. Oh wow, Sava just popped. Sava just absolutely flew here. So don't listen to me. I mean, I no. Look at this, Sava just. I mean, boom, 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 boom on the 5 minute chart. You can post it, sure. Go ahead. I see what you're doing. You know, volume in 1 minute, so getting the huge volume bursts. I can see how that could be helpful. Okay, so Fluidime now is getting interesting. You know, it has had on our charts anyway. A little. I personally would have to wait for an 8 break. Okay, glimmers of hope here for the SPY. Look at these bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. We have one, two, three, four of them. Buyers are trying to regain a little bit of control. I think it'd be relatively bullish if they can get over 331. The high's right there. Okay, guys, so this is getting a little interesting. You see this rising 20 SMA, and there is the 80 MA. So, you know, we actually might even get a cross, not only just a price break, but a cross. Whoa, look at CVM. CVM on the move here. I haven't seen this one for quite a while. Ugly looking daily chart, but it's a little bit of volume coming in, 50,000 shares. Okay, waiting for William. Too bad. This TCON has had a decent move today. That's up 10%. It didn't trigger in here because the volume is too low. The relative volume is too low. Has to be at least one to trigger in here. So you guys see how that 20 SMA, that blue line, is starting to catch up. So that cross could be imminent. And if it does, it does. I mean, it probably is some good support around set. Well, or look at that. Well, that's why we wait. Look at that pop. Look at the volume coming in. Is that what it is? Citron long. Well, they don't often go long stocks, but $20 price target. Okay. No, that would have been one had you been in it. Would have been really tough to get out on the break. That went up so fast. And it's continuing. A lot of these high flyers early in the morning, US Steel X and LAC, just sort of have traded off. All right, guys, well, I'll be shutting the room down around 3. I get such a kick out of you, William. Ugh. You're banned from the room, Surf Trader, for making me look. Ah, man. Look, volume. I mean, there is volume coming in. I'll give it that. I will give it that. And there's the 200-day moving average. So it's right at the 200-day moving average, GNUS. All right, Kodak making another new high here. KODK. Good for you, Dreamer. Now look at the volume coming into KODK also. Look at the volume. This is B. No, I don't go back that far. Well, this is a 2-minute chart. I keep forgetting it. This is a 2-minute chart now. Oh, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding, Marcus. I'm just kidding. It's up to you, Camel. I mean, I have a 2-minute chart up now. I haven't had one for probably 10 years. The lowest I had was 5 before. I'm, experimenting with this too on a certain pattern, I suppose we'll call it. But it's up to you. I mean, I can't, before that, all you would see me have is a 5 and a 15 and the daily, weekly, and monthly. But there are going to be people that use 1-minute charts, 2-minute charts, 3-minute charts. Okay, this IC just made a new high. Just took out the highs right there. Those three topping tails really on the 15-minute chart. Just made a new high. IC, as in ISEE. Look at the volume. 200 million in the float for a $1 stock. Wow. And that's the GNUS. Meanwhile, Sava keeps making it. This is another one making a new high. Kodak and Sava. Red bar ignored. Kodak. Red bar ignored. Alert. Probably almost to the penny. Let's see, 1235. 1235. So not classic. It's not totally engulfed by the previous green candle, but you know, this takes out 1235 with any oomph. This could go on another little run. What's the high looking left? 1369. So it still has some room. Kodak, Kodk. Boy, that was really knocked. NNOX. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you think it can come crawling back, that was really hit hard. I mean, that was not long ago, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago, 66.60. I mean, all the way down to $28 basically. I mean, my goodness. You know, that was in one. Well, there was the high. So the next day, in basically 4 days, wiped out. Not saying it won't be a good swing, but it would scare the heck out of me. All right, guys. Well, getting 2:45. Questions. Any? This is, this to me was just unpredicted. was trading, and then all of a sudden, but it's just traders getting a hold of 101 million shares. So that's going to trade probably by the end, well, I'll almost guarantee by the end of the day, that'll be 5 times the float. Especially we get some enthusiasm in the last hour. Yeah, so real, that's Real's expertise, but he's talking about the 8 EMA, the break of the 8 EMA, not the 20 SMA. He's talking about the break of the 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart. So for instance, there's the 8 EMA, that orange line. So in theory, if it broke below it, in theory, that would, that could signify a short. Well, let's take Kodak. Let's see. Okay, I want to show you something here on the simulator. How you can, you can play a pullback, for instance. Now, let's say you wanted to play Kodak on a pullback, and you wanted, you would take the trade if it say pulled back to 12. So, okay, so there's Kodak right here. Let's do 300 shares. And we want to buy it at $12 on a pullback. I don't know why it doesn't scroll down more, but anyway. Okay, so I'm going to buy 300 shares at $12. That'll be on a pullback. So you see what happens? So I've got my order in right on the chart. So if the price hits 12, it'll take the trade. Now, if I don't like the way it's trading, and I want to say, I don't like it. It's, maybe you should buy it here on a pullback down to this level instead of 12. Or if I think it's starting to run away, I could just move the line right up to the price and it'll take the trade right there. Okay. If I want to, I'm not on mute. No, I am not on mute. I'm not on mute, right, guys? You guys can hear me? Okay. Refresh, JV, refresh. Now, if I want to cancel the order, where am I? So I could just go up here. I didn't have the orders tab. Just go up here and cancel order. Okay, so now it's canceled right on the chart. So let's do it again. I want to buy Kodak on a pullback to $12. So I'll just do it again. The line happens again. Now, if I want to put well, let's just see if it executes, and afterwards I can put a stop, but before I make that order, or I would have to know where my stop would be. And that is the simulator in action. It uses our real-time data. Yeah, look at this one starting to move here. ACRX. Look at the volume that's coming into it. ACRX, big volume coming into ACRX. It broke through the 200-day earlier, 145. Well, not that much earlier, right here. Well, I guess yeah, quite a bit earlier. ACRX on the move. But there looks like a little nail up there to hammer down. All right, guys. Well, we're getting close to wrapping it up. Are there any questions before I do wrap up for the week? Yeah, there's always one. I actually do have a good, I know you're a kid, but you'd be surprised, John. I didn't lose the bet. I did not lose the bet. It had to go to a $10 or something, and it never made it. I did not. I refuse to believe because I would always honor my bets. I remember, unless there was another one that I don't remember. I remember saying if the stock got to a certain price within a certain period of time. I mean, did it happen 10 years later? Maybe. I could do that. From the low to the AMA, there's a lot of profit, but the buy is at the cross. Well, again, I am not the expert on this, right? Absolutely not the expert. But, when you see, it depends on it doesn't matter the time frame. But when you see a cross one way or the other, that can signify either the buy or the short. So obviously the cross up, if the ADMA crosses up above the 20 SMA, at that point, that could signify, yeah, the buy. If it crosses down, that could signify the short. Let's take a look at JetBlue. So there was a cross down, 1266. What did it get down to? It didn't really move that much, but in theory, that would have signified a short. But now, you can see it's flattening out. I mean, if this could cross, so there's indecision here. Because this could cross up now. Hey, no problem, Dom. Dom, sorry. I did not say Don. You can tell. I can tell it's Friday afternoon. Well, okay. In theory, the problem I would have with this, I mean, it's mixed. You have mixed signals going on. You have a cross down right there, and then you have a potential cross up right here. So to me, I would just forget about it. It's mixed signals. The short would have been there, but it wouldn't have amounted to much had it continued down. Yeah, they're not all going to work. You too, MCB. You too, Real. Thanks a lot for the education today. I'm going to do some little bit of stuff on the weekend, I think. Earnings. When are we getting into earnings season? October 14th is Alcoa kind of I know there's some. Well, actually, the banks seem to release that week too now. Yeah, so the banks in the past couple of earnings, or at least 2 or 3 earnings seasons, the banks released the week before, but it looks like now they're releasing that week too. So what are we now? We're about a month away from earnings season starting. And we'll have a lot of activity, a lot more activity. We've got a lot of activity now, but you'll get more names. I'm just looking at my earnings plays and just one little guy here. But the banks are now the same. I know you're gonna, the banks are now the same week. I'm always going to say Alcoa, okay? It's my room. It's not my room, but you know what I mean. I'm kidding you, of course, but I'm always going to think of it being Alcoa. All right, c'est tout fini, tout le monde. All right, guys, any other quick questions? Or any questions, doesn't have to be quick, but any questions? I do not see any. My plans for the weekend, I don't know. Don't talk. Oh, look at the SPY, a little bit of a move here. So we might have a little bit of a run at the end of the day. All right, everybody, have a great weekend. I will open the room bright and early Monday morning, 9 o'clock Eastern time. So I hope everybody has a great weekend, and we will see you then. Bye-bye.